Well, look at you, captain of the cosy corner, pretending you're not already half asleep. I'm glad you made it over to our little community fire. It's burning low tonight, steady and warm, the kind of glow that makes big ideas feel simple. We're immersing ourselves in the life and legacy of Walt Disney, not through spectacle or sparkle, but through a journey of imagination, perseverance, and a quiet conviction that small drawings can transform into vast worlds. If this boring yet calm storytelling helps you unwind, feel free to subscribe and leave a like, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, turn on a fan for some noise, slow your breathing, and let the fire carry us gently into the story. You're standing on a farm outside Marceline, Missouri, in the early 1900s, where the air smells of turned earth and possibility. The morning sun hasn't quite burned off the dew, and somewhere in the distance a rooster announces the day with all the authority of a town crier who's never learned subtlety. This property is where Walter Elias Disney spent his boyhood, though calling him Walter feels a bit like putting a top hat on a scarecrow. Technically correct, but missing something essential about the spirit underneath. The farm itself sprawls across 45 acres of gentle Missouri countryside, and if you watch closely, you'll spot a young boy crouched near the barn, completely absorbed in watching a spider construct its web. He's not supposed to be here. There are chores waiting, animals that need tending, and a father whose temperament runs toward the practical and the stern. But the web holds him captive, this geometric miracle appearing strand by impossible strand, and he's wondering if anyone has ever tried to capture this particular magic on paper. Elias Disney, Walt's father, carries disappointment the way other men carry pocket watches, close to the chest, wound tight, occasionally consulted for the time. He has ventured into orange groves in Florida, construction work in Chicago, and now this farm, each endeavour beginning with hope and ending with debt. You can almost see the weight of it in his shoulders as he crosses the farmyard, searching for his son, finding him eventually by following the sound of humming. Walt has this habit of providing his soundtrack, a musical accompaniment to whatever he's observing or imagining. The boy doesn't look up immediately when his father's shadow falls across the grass. He's learned to steal these moments, to stretch them like taffy before they snap back into the shape of obligation. When he finally stands, there's dirt on his knees and something in his eyes that looks suspiciously like calculation. He's already composing the excuse, weighing which version of truth will cause the least turbulence. Inside the farmhouse, Flora Disney moves through the morning routine with the quiet efficiency of someone who's learned to make peace with circumstances. She's gentle where Elias is hard, finding small ways to protect her children from the worst of their father's frustrations. When Walt appears at the breakfast table slightly late, slightly dishevelled, she sets down his plate without comment, though her eyes suggest she knows exactly where he's been and what he's been avoiding. The farm animals become Walt's first models, though they never quite sit still the way a proper subject should. The horses ignore his attempts to sketch them, more interested in their feed than in artistic immortality. The pigs actively mock the endeavour, as if they understand the futility of trying to capture their particular combination of intelligence and indignity on paper. But the chickens accidentally cooperate through sheer obliviousness, and Walt fills page after page with studies of feathers, beaks, and the peculiar waddle that manages to look both purposeful and completely random. The arrival of school brings with it a combination of structure and escape. The Marceline schoolhouse sits at the end of a dirt road that turns to mud whenever it remembers how, and Walt walks it each morning with his sister Ruth, their lunch pails swinging in rhythm with their steps. Inside, he occupies a comfortable middle ground, allowing observation without undue scrutiny. But then the teacher asks who can draw on the blackboard, and suddenly Walt's hand shoots up with the enthusiasm of someone who's been waiting for this question his entire life. He approaches the chalk like an artist approaches a fresh canvas, and what emerges surprises everyone, including himself, a horse that, actually looks like a horse, not the stick figure approximations that typically grace the educational boards of rural Missouri. The teacher, Mrs. Schertz, sees something in these drawings, despite her patience being tested by countless students who confuse creativity with chaos. She keeps Walt after class, not to scold but to encourage, pulling out pictures from magazines and asking him to copy them. He does, with an accuracy that seems to bypass his hands entirely, flowing directly from eye to page through some channel that doesn't require conscious thought. Word spreads through Marceline with the speed that news travels in small towns, which is to say, faster than any telegram. The local barber offers Walt a free haircut in exchange for a drawing to hang in his shop. The doctor asks for a sketch of his horse. Suddenly this farm boy has found something that feels less like work and more like breathing, despite his struggle to show up on time for chores. However, farms in 1909 don't function solely on drawings, and when Elias succumbs to typhoid fever, the practical realities override any artistic visions that may have been forming. The farm fails not through lack of effort, but through the combination of bad luck and worse timing that seems to plague the Disney family like a hereditary condition. By 1910, they're packing their belongings and heading to Kansas City, trading open fields for urban streets and animal sounds for the mechanical symphony of a growing city. Kansas City in the early 1910s hums with the particular energy of a place that's figured out it's going somewhere but hasn't quite decided where. Trolley cars clang down streets still learning to be streets. Automobiles sputter alongside horses who view them with justified skepticism, and everywhere there's construction. Buildings rising like ambitious children standing on tiptoes to see over the crowd. Elias Disney purchases a newspaper distribution route, which sounds more impressive than it actually is. What it means, practically speaking, is that Walt and his brother Roy spend their mornings before school delivering papers in the bitter cold, their fingers going numb, their breath forming clouds that dissipate into the winter air like small ghosts. Walt is 10 years old, then 11, then 12, and each morning arrives with the same dark insistence, the same pile of papers that need to be delivered before the rest of the world wakes up. You can picture him on those routes, shoulders hunched against the cold, bag heavy with newsprint, but his mind somewhere else entirely. He's composing scenarios, imagining stories, and turning the sleeping houses into stages where dramas unfold behind curtained windows. The monotony of the route becomes a kind of meditation, his body moving through memorized patterns while his imagination roams free. The Kansas City Post brings news of a world in motion, Europe sliding toward war, inventions appearing with dizzying frequency, and social movements that promise to reshape everything. But Walt's attention snags on the illustrations, the comic strips, the way artists like Winsor McCay can make static images suggest motion, and how a few carefully placed lines can convey emotion that paragraphs of text might fumble. At Benton Grammar School, Walt finds an unexpected ally in his teacher, who notices how his notebook margins fill with drawings during lessons. Instead of confiscating the notebook or delivering lectures about attention and application, she asks to see them. There's a monkey that appears repeatedly, engaging in various misadventures, falling from trees, stealing hats, and making faces at zookeepers who've given up on dignity. The drawings have something that can't quite be taught: timing, personality, a sense that these aren't just pictures but frozen moments in ongoing narratives. McKinley High School opens new possibilities. Walt takes drawing and photography classes, contributes cartoons to the school newspaper, and discovers that making people laugh feels almost as good as making them look. His cartoons lean toward the patriotic and the political. America's entry into World War I provides endless material, though his understanding of geopolitics remains comfortably simple. The kind of clarity that comes from not yet having learned that most situations refuse to divide neatly into heroes and villains. The school's night classes become Walt's real education. He enrolls at the Chicago Academy of Fine Arts, studying under professional cartoonists who've actually made careers from drawing. They teach him about anatomy, composition, how to convey motion through static lines, and the tricks that professional illustrators use to meet deadlines without sacrificing quality. He soaks it up with the desperate intensity of someone who's found their language and wants to become fluent as quickly as possible. But then comes 1918, and Walt makes the decision that will temporarily interrupt his artistic education. He wants to join the army to participate in the great drama unfolding across the ocean. There's only one problem. He's 16, and the army has opinions about minimum ages that they've codified into actual rules. His mother refuses to sign the papers that would let him lie about his age, so Walt does what teenagers have done throughout history when parents stand between them and their questionable decisions. He finds an alternative route. The American Ambulance Corps, operating in France under Red Cross auspices, needs drivers and doesn't scrutinise birth dates quite as carefully. Walt forges his mother's signature on the application, adds a year to his age, and suddenly he's headed to France, though not before the war decides to end. He arrives in Europe in November 1918, just as the armistice takes effect, and spends the next year driving ambulances through a France that's learning to be peaceful again, delivering supplies, transporting officers, and covering the ambulance he's assigned with cartoons that make the other drivers laugh. The French landscape passes by the ambulance windows like a series of postcards, villages reconstructing themselves, fields remembering how to be fields instead of battlegrounds, and people emerging from basements and bomb shelters, with expressions that mix relief with uncertainty. Walt draws it all, filling sketchbooks with observations, developing his eye for detail and his sense of how environments shape the people who inhabit them. He returns to Kansas City in 1919, slightly older, marginally wiser, and absolutely certain that he wants to make art for a living. The question is how to transform that certainty into something resembling a career, which turns out to be significantly more complicated than simply wanting it badly enough. The Pesman Rubin Commercial Art Studio occupies a modest space in Kansas City, producing advertisements for local businesses, and they're willing to hire Walt for $25 a month. It's not quite art as he'd imagined it. There are more drugstore advertisements than there are opportunities for creative expression. But it's a paycheck for drawing, which feels like a minor miracle. At Pesman Rubin, Walt meets Ub Iwerks, whose name sounds like something you'd make up if you were trying to invent the most animator-sounding name possible, but who is in fact a real person with exceptional talent. Ub can draw faster than anyone Walt's ever seen, with a precision that seems to bypass the usual human limitations. They recognise something in each other. That particular combination of ambition, skill, and willingness to work until reasonable people have long since gone to bed. When Pesman Rubin lets them both go after the Christmas rush subsides, Walt and Ub make the leap that young people make when they're too inexperienced to know better. They start their own company. Iwerks Disney Commercial Artists opens in January 1920, filled with optimism and almost completely devoid of clients. The business lasts about a month before reality asserts itself in the form of empty order books and rent that insists on being paid regardless of creative enthusiasm. Walt takes a job with the Kansas City Film Ad Company, and this is where the trajectory changes, where the path diverges towards something that will eventually become his life's work. The company produces crude animated advertisements for local theatres, simple figures that move jerkily across the screen, selling everything from farming equipment to household goods. The animation is primitive, barely more sophisticated than sequential flipbook drawings photographed one frame at a time, but there's something about it that catches Walt like a hook. He watches the process obsessively. The way individual drawings, each slightly different from the last, create the illusion of movement when photographed in sequence. How timing affects comedy. A character pausing for just 2 frames before reacting creates different laughter than a character pausing for 6 frames. The alchemy of transforming static art into something that breathes and moves and tells stories without needing words. The Kansas City Public Library becomes Walt's nighttime classroom. He checks out every book they have on animation, on the early pioneers like Winsor McKay, and his astonishing Gertie the Dinosaur, and on the technical aspects of photography and film development. He reads about persistence of vision, about how the human eye retains images for a fraction of a second, creating continuity where there's actually just a rapid succession of still pictures. It feels like learning the mechanics of magic, understanding the trick without diminishing the wonder. Walt starts experimenting at home, setting up a makeshift animation studio in the garage. He acquires a used camera, builds a crude animation stand from whatever materials he can scrounge, and begins producing his own short films. The first attempts are disasters by any objective measure. The timing is off, the drawings inconsistent, and the movements so jerky they look like the characters are having seizures. But with each attempt, something improves. The timing gets smoother, the movements more natural, and the storytelling more coherent. The Laughogram Studio emerges from these experiments, an ambitious venture that Walt launches in 1922 with a small team of animators he's recruited from Kansas City's modest pool of artistic talent. They're going to produce animated fairy tales, modernised versions of classic stories that will play in theatres before the main features. It's a beautiful vision, and like many beautiful visions launched by people in their early 20s, it's completely unsustainable from a business perspective. The studio produces several films: Little Red Riding Hood, The Four Musicians of Bremen, and Puss in Boots, and they're actually good, demonstrating real advancement in animation technique and storytelling. Distributors in New York express interest, theatres book them, and for a brief shining moment it seems like Kansas City might become an unlikely animation hub. Then the distributor declares bankruptcy without paying what they owe, and Laughogram Studio collapses like a souffle that's heard a loud noise. Walt finds himself 21 years old, technically bankrupt, sleeping in the studio because he can't afford other accommodations, bathing at the train station, and surviving on canned beans heated over a hot plate. It's the kind of romantic poverty that sounds better in retrospect than it feels while you're living through it. Los Angeles in 1923 sprawls across Southern California like a city that hasn't learned its own boundaries yet. Orange groves give way to neighbourhoods that give way to more orange groves, the whole thing connected by streetcar lines and optimism. The film industry has established itself here, drawn by reliable sunshine and varied landscapes that can double for anywhere from the Arctic to the Sahara, depending on camera angles and creative geography. Walt arrives with $40 in his pocket, a cardboard suitcase containing one suit and a lot of drawing materials, and absolutely no prospects. His brother Roy is in Los Angeles recovering from tuberculosis at a veterans hospital, and family feels like as good a reason as any to choose a city when you have no particular ties to anywhere. He moves into an uncle's house, sets up his drawing board, and prepares to storm Hollywood through sheer persistence. The Disney Brothers studio, because Roy has recovered enough to join the venture, operates out of an uncle's garage, which is apparently where all good American enterprises begin. They produce a series called the Alice Comedies, which combine live action with animation, featuring a real girl interacting with cartoon characters. It's technically innovative and commercially viable enough that they actually get distribution, actual money, and the kind of sustainable business that pays rent without requiring creative accounting. Success brings expansion. They move to a proper studio space on Hyperion Avenue, hire more animators, and increase production. Walt marries Lillian Bounds, an ink and paint artist who works at the studio and who possesses the particular patience required to live with someone whose mind is always partly somewhere else. Composing scenes, imagining possibilities, and unable to fully inhabit the present when the future keeps calling so insistently. The studio develops a character called Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, a floppy-eared creation who becomes genuinely popular. Theatres want more Oswald cartoons, audiences laugh at his misadventures, and for the first time in Walt's career stability seems possible. He and Lillian take the train to New York in 1928 to negotiate a new contract with Charles Mintz, their distributor, expecting to discuss improved terms based on Oswald's success. Instead, Mintz informs Walt that he's hired away most of Disney's animators, that he owns the rights to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and that Walt can either accept reduced payment for future cartoons or find himself without a character, without a staff, and without a business. It's the kind of betrayal that could break someone. The sort of moment where you discover that the industry you've been courting doesn't particularly care about your feelings or your contributions. The train ride back to California becomes legend, though the details shift depending on who's telling the story. What seems clear is that somewhere between New York and Los Angeles, Walt begins sketching a mouse. Not just any mouse. This one has round ears, a pointed nose, and a tail that could be read as either whimsical or slightly questionable, depending on your disposition toward rodents. He's thinking about personality, about making a mouse feel like a character rather than just a pest that cartoons have to make appealing through sheer force of animation. Back in Los Angeles, Walt and Ub Iwerks, who remained loyal when other animators jumped ship, developed the mouse in secret. They name him Mortimer initially, until Lillian points out that Mortimer sounds like a mouse who wears a monocle and discusses philosophy, not like a mouse who people will actually enjoy watching. She suggests Mickey, which sounds friendlier and more approachable, like a mouse you might actually invite into your house if he promised to leave the wiring alone. The first two Mickey Mouse cartoons, Plain Crazy and The Gallopin' Goat Show, failed to find distributors. They're technically well made, the animation is smooth, and Mickey has personality, but there are hundreds of cartoon characters competing for attention, and a mouse doesn't seem particularly special just because he's well drawn. Then Walt learns about sound. The jazz singer has demonstrated that audiences will pay for talking pictures, and while most animation studios are ignoring this development, Walt sees an opportunity. If he can synchronize sound with animation, and actually match sound effects and music to the on-screen action instead of just adding a generic musical soundtrack, he might have something that stands out. Steamboat Willie premieres at the Colony Theatre in New York on November 18th, 1928, and it's not just a cartoon, it's a revelation. Mickey whistles in sync with the steamboat's whistle. He plays music on various animals and objects, the sounds matching the movements exactly. The audience laughs not just at what's happening, but at the precision of it, the way sound and image marry in ways that feel both innovative and inevitable. Mickey Mouse becomes a phenomenon with a speed that surprises everyone, including Walt. Theatres demand more Mickey cartoons. Merchandise appears. Mickey Mouse watches, toys and clothing. Parents who would normally discourage their children from thinking fondly of rodents suddenly find themselves purchasing mouse-eared products. Mickey transcends being a cartoon character and becomes something closer to a cultural touchstone, a symbol of something optimistic and fundamentally American. The Hyperion Avenue studio in the early 1930s hums with the particular energy of a place that's figured out it's onto something significant. Animators crowd around drawing boards, each responsible for specific characters or specific scenes, their pencils moving with practiced efficiency. The room smells of paper and ink, coffee that's been sitting too long, and the faint chemical tang of the film development process happening in adjacent rooms. Walt moves through the studio like a conductor who's learned that the best performances come not from rigid control, but from understanding each musician's strengths. He knows which animators excel at comedy, which ones handle emotion better, and who can draw the most expressive eyes. The studio has grown from a handful of people to over 100 employees, each one contributing to an assembly line that produces entertainment the way Ford produces automobiles, through specialization and coordination. The Silly Symphonies series launches as an experimental counterpoint to Mickey Mouse cartoons. While Mickey has to maintain his personality and his brand, the symphonies can explore different styles, different stories, and different approaches to animation. Flowers and Trees in 1932 becomes the first full-colour cartoon, using the new 3-strip Technicolor process to create visuals that audiences have literally never seen before. Trees bloom in actual colour, flowers display their full spectrum, and suddenly, animation isn't just black and white figures moving across grey backgrounds. Walt becomes obsessed with improvement, with pushing animation beyond what anyone considers its natural limitations. He sends animators to art classes at the Chouinard Art Institute. insists they study anatomy and movement, and brings in animals for them to observe and sketch. When they're animating deer, he wants them to understand how deer actually move, not just how cartoonists have traditionally drawn deer movement. The studio develops innovations that become industry standards. The multiplane camera, which allows different animation levels to be photographed separately to create depth and parallax effects, transforms flat cartoons into three-dimensional spaces. Character animation becomes more sophisticated, and movements become more naturalistic while maintaining cartoon exaggeration. Background paintings grow more detailed and atmospheric. Donald Duck appears in 1934's The Wise Little Hen, and suddenly Mickey has competition within his own studio. Donald's irascible personality, his tendency toward tantrums, and his voice that sounds like someone gargling while angry. All of it creates a character that audiences embrace with unexpected enthusiasm. Turns out people enjoy watching characters who display the frustrations and annoyances that polite society requires them to suppress in real life. Goofy arrives as a character built entirely around physical comedy and cheerful obliviousness. Pluto demonstrates that you can have a popular character who never speaks, communicating entirely through body language and facial expressions. The studio builds a repertory company of characters, each one bringing different comedic possibilities and different storytelling opportunities. But Walt's ambition won't be contained by 7-minute shorts. He starts talking about a feature-length animated film, which makes financial backers nervous and makes industry insiders predict disaster. The received wisdom is clear. Audiences won't sit through an hour of animation. Cartoons are novelties, appetizers before the main course of live-action films. Trying to make an animated feature is like trying to make a meal entirely of parsley. Technically possible, but who would actually want it? Walt doesn't argue with them so much as ignore their concerns entirely. He's already decided on the story. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, a fairy tale that everyone knows but that's never been told quite this way. He starts production in 1934, initially estimating it will cost $250,000 and take 18 months. He's wrong on both counts by margins that would be funny if they weren't so financially terrifying. The production expands to consume everything. The budget balloons to $1.5 million, an amount so astronomical that industry insiders nickname the project Disney's Folly. Walt mortgages everything: his house, his life insurance, and the studio itself. He becomes impossible to live with, obsessed with details, demanding retakes of scenes that other people think are perfectly fine, and pushing for a level of quality that no one has achieved before because no one has been foolish enough to attempt feature-length animation. The animators work brutal hours, redrawing scenes over and over until they satisfy Walt's exacting standards. The dwarfs alone require months of development. They need to be distinct from each other, recognisable not just by their names but by their movements, their personalities and the way they occupy space. Snow White herself has to be believable as a young woman, not just a cartoon character, which requires study of actual human movement that borders on obsessive. The studio develops new techniques specifically for Snow White. They build elaborate storyboards, planning every scene before animating it. They create detailed model sheets showing each character from multiple angles, ensuring consistency across hundreds of animators and thousands of drawings. They test sequences with preview audiences, learning what works and what falls flat. December 21st, 1937 arrives, and Snow White premieres at the Cathay Circle Theatre in Los Angeles. The audience includes Hollywood's elite, critics who've sharpened their knives in anticipation of Disney's failure, and Walt himself, who's too nervous to watch and spends most of the premiere pacing in the lobby. But then something unexpected happens. The movie works. The audience laughs at the dwarves, gets frightened by the evil queen, and cries when Snow White appears to die. They sit through all 83 minutes without fidgeting, without leaving, without any sign that they're watching something unprecedented. The standing ovation at the end lasts several minutes, and critics who arrived prepared to write obituaries instead write valentines. Snow White becomes the highest-grossing film of 1938, earning $8 million during its initial release at a time when movie tickets cost quarters. It demonstrates that animation can carry feature-length narratives, can make audiences feel genuine emotion, and can be art and commerce simultaneously. Disney's folly becomes Disney's triumph, and suddenly Walt has both vindication and a terrible new problem. What do you do for an encore after you've accomplished something everyone said was impossible? The studio in the late 1930s operates at a level of ambition that makes previous work look like preliminary sketches. With Snow White's success, Walt has both capital and credibility to attempt even more elaborate projects. He greenlights multiple feature films simultaneously: Pinocchio, Fantasia, Bambi, and Dumbo, each one pushing different technical and artistic boundaries. Pinocchio, released in 1940, showcases technical achievements that still impress modern viewers. The underwater sequences, the transformation scenes, Monstro the whale's attack, all of it required innovations in effects animation and technical problem solving. The film costs $2.6 million, even more than Snow White, and while it's a critical success, the outbreak of World War II in Europe closes off international markets that Snow White relied on for profitability. Fantasia becomes Walt's most ambitious experiment, an attempt to elevate animation to high art by marrying it with classical music. Leopold Stokowski conducts the Philadelphia Orchestra, while Mickey Mouse appears as the sorcerer's apprentice. Hippos and alligators perform ballet, and dinosaurs march to Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring. It's beautiful, innovative, and too avant-garde for general audiences who prefer their cartoons to include more jokes and fewer abstract visualizations of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. The studio has grown to over 1,000 employees, operating out of a brand new facility in Burbank that looks more like a college campus than a factory for fantasy. The buildings are sleek and modern, designed with the latest thinking about workspace efficiency and employee comfort. There's a cafeteria, recreational facilities, and even classes available on company time. It's the kind of workplace that should generate loyalty and satisfaction. Instead, tension builds like pressure in a sealed container. The animators at the top earn excellent salaries, receive screen credits, and enjoy creative input on projects. The artists at the bottom, the in-betweeners, the inkers, the painters who do crucial but unglamorous work, earn a fraction as much, receive no recognition, and have no creative input. The inequality feels more stark in a company that projects itself as a happy family, creating magic together. In May 1941, the studio strikes. Workers picket outside the Burbank gates, carrying signs that protest wages and working conditions. Walt takes it personally, viewing the strike as a betrayal by people he considered family, unable or unwilling to see how a business of over 1,000 people might have different dynamics than a garage operation of 5 people who all knew each other's birthdays. The strike lasts 5 weeks and ends with a federal mediator negotiating a settlement that grants many of the union's demands. Walt agrees to the terms, but something in him hardens. The innocence of thinking everyone shares his vision, everyone will sacrifice for the dream, and everyone values the work above compensation. All of that evaporates. The studio continues making films and continues innovating, but the family feeling never quite returns. Dumbo, released in October 1941, demonstrates that Disney can work simpler and more economically when necessary. The film costs $800,000, less than a third of Pinocchio's budget, and becomes the studio's most profitable release since Snow White. Sometimes limitations force creativity rather than stifling it. Dumbo's watercolour backgrounds and straightforward storytelling prove that technical sophistication isn't always necessary for emotional resonance. Then comes December 7th, 1941, and Pearl Harbor changes everything. Within 24 hours of the attack, the US Army commandeers most of the Burbank studio, using it to house troops protecting nearby aircraft facilities. Disney's feature animation gets placed on hold as the studio shifts to producing training films, propaganda shorts, and educational content for the military. Walt approaches the war work with characteristic thoroughness. The studio produces over 400,000 feet of educational and training film during the war years, teaching soldiers everything from aircraft identification to malaria prevention. They create propaganda films like De Fuhrer's Face and Education for Death, using animation's ability to simplify complex ideas and make abstract concepts visual. The war years are financially stable but creatively frustrating. Walt wants to make feature films that push artistic boundaries, but the government needs training films about food sanitation and the importance of paying taxes. The studio stays solvent, keeps people employed, and contributes to the war effort, but Walt spends much of the period planning for after, imagining what Disney will become once the world returns to normal. Bambi, finally released in August 1942, represents the peak of a certain kind of animation, the pursuit of naturalism within cartoon form. The forest backgrounds are so detailed they're practically paintings. The animal movements are studied from real deer and rabbits, and the emotional beats are handled with restraint and trust in the audience's intelligence. The death of Bambi's mother becomes one of cinema's most famous traumatic moments, demonstrating that animation can devastate just as effectively as live action. The late 1940s find Walt restless, searching for the next direction. The studio produces package films, compilations of shorts strung together with loose themes, because making full-fledged features remains financially risky. Make Mine Music, Fun and Fancy Free, and Melody Time. They're competent but clearly stopgap measures, keeping the studio active while Walt figures out what Disney animation should become in a world that's survived a global war. True Life Adventures emerges as an unexpected success. Walt funds documentary filmmakers travelling to remote locations to capture actual animal behaviour, then edits the footage into theatrical releases. Seal Island, The Living Desert, The Vanishing Prairie. They satisfy Walt's interest in nature while generating steady revenue and critical acclaim, including multiple Academy Awards. But Walt's attention increasingly drifts toward live-action film. Animation remains profitable, but it's also labour-intensive and expensive, requiring thousands of hours and hundreds of artists to produce 90 minutes of film. Live action offers different possibilities, faster production, broader subject matter, and stories that don't require translating reality into drawn form. Treasure Island, released in 1950, becomes Disney's first completely live-action feature. It's successful enough to encourage more: 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, The Swiss Family Robinson, and Old Yeller. The studio diversifies, becoming more than just animation, though the animated features continue appearing at regular intervals. Cinderella in 1950, Alice in Wonderland in 1951, and Peter Pan in 1953. Cinderella proves particularly crucial financially, earning $8 million and giving the studio the capital needed to expand in new directions. The film returns to fairy tale territory, but with lessons learned from earlier features. The animation is elegant without being as exhaustively detailed as Bambi. The songs are catchy without overwhelming the narrative, and the mice sidekicks provide comedy relief without becoming annoying. It's animation that knows exactly what it wants to be, and achieves it with apparent ease that masks tremendous effort. Television enters Walt's strategic thinking as the 1950s progress. Other studios fear television, viewing it as competition that will destroy theatrical film. Walt sees it as another distribution channel, another way to reach audiences and promote Disney products. The Disneyland television show debuts in 1954, combining new content with repurposed animation and behind-the-scenes footage from upcoming films. The show becomes a massive success, one of the highest-rated programs on television. Walt hosts segments himself, appearing comfortable and natural in a way that surprises people who know him primarily as an intense perfectionist. On television, he becomes Uncle Walt, genial and accessible, explaining how animation works or introducing nature documentaries with genuine enthusiasm. The Mickey Mouse Club launches in 1955, targeting children directly with a daily variety show featuring the Mouseketeers, talented young performers singing, dancing and appearing in serials. The show's theme song becomes so ubiquitous that adults decades later can still sing it reflexively, which suggests either impressive cultural penetration or the lingering effects of childhood programming, depending on your perspective. But Walt's most ambitious project in the 1950s isn't a film or a television show. It's something that will eventually transform his company and influence entertainment worldwide. It's a park. Picture Walt in the early 1950s, sitting on a bench at Griffith Park in Los Angeles, watching his daughters ride the merry-go-round. Other parents sit on similar benches, looking vaguely bored, waiting for their children to tire of repetitive circular motion. Walt watches and thinks, what if there was a place where parents and children could have fun together, where the entertainment wasn't just competent but actually imaginative, where every detail contributed to creating a cohesive experience? The idea starts small, a small attraction near the studio where people visiting Burbank could see how films are made and maybe enjoy some simple entertainment. But Walt doesn't do small for long. The concept expands, grows, and becomes something unprecedented. A full-scale amusement park that's actually clean, where employees are trained to be helpful rather than merely present, where the theming is consistent, and where the attractions tell stories. Amusement parks in the early 1950s exist primarily to separate working-class people from their money through mechanical thrills and games of dubious probability. They're often dirty, occasionally dangerous, and staffed by people who view children as loud obstacles to endure until quitting time. The idea of creating a park that's family-friendly and immersive and actually pleasant strikes most people as economically questionable. Walt visits amusement parks across the country, taking notes on what works and what doesn't. Mostly what doesn't. He travels to Europe and visits Tivoli Gardens in Copenhagen and other parks that take aesthetics seriously and that understand atmosphere matters. He fills notebooks with sketches and observations, gradually refining what this park should be. The location becomes critical. Anaheim in 1953 is mostly orange groves, far enough from Los Angeles to have available land but close enough to be accessible. Walt buys 160 acres through dummy corporations to keep prices down, preparing to build something that exists primarily in his imagination, but is about to become extremely, expensively real. Financing proves challenging because banks remain skeptical. The entire concept sounds too ambitious, too risky, and too dependent on Walt's vision being correct, when he's primarily known for making cartoons, not for understanding amusement park economics. Walt ends up leveraging everything, selling his vacation home, borrowing against his life insurance, and using the television show as both a promotion and a funding source. Construction begins in July 1954, and it's immediately clear this won't be a conventional project. Walt is involved in every detail, from the shape of the trash cans to the uniforms the employees, he insists their cast members will wear. Main Street, USA gets designed to look like an idealised small-town America from around 1910. The kind of place that may have never actually existed, but that feels true enough to trigger nostalgia. The park divides into themed lands: Adventureland, Frontierland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland. Each one promises transportation to different places and times, creating distinct experiences while maintaining cohesion through careful design and relentless attention to detail. The castle rises at the hub, visible from most of the park, providing both a landmark and a symbol. Opening day, July 17, 1955, becomes a legendary disaster in Disney lore. The temperature in Anaheim reaches 100 degrees. Counterfeit tickets flood the park, bringing thousands more people than expected. The asphalt on Main Street is so fresh that women's high heels sink into it. Drinking fountains don't work. Rides break down. Food runs out. It's chaos with corporate sponsorship, and the press covers it with the gleeful enthusiasm reporters bring to expensive failures. But Walt sees past opening day problems to what the park can become. Within weeks, the kinks get worked out, the asphalt hardens, and the systems function as intended. Attendance exceeds projections. Families line up for hours to experience attractions that transport them to jungle rivers and frontier forts and futuristic rocket trips. Something about the park works at a level deeper than just mechanical entertainment. Disneyland becomes profitable within its first year, which surprises the financial experts who predicted disaster. More importantly, it proves the concept. People will pay for experiences, not just rides. They'll return multiple times because the park keeps adding new attractions, keeps refining existing ones, and maintains standards that other amusement parks can't match. The park influences everything Walt does afterward. Films get designed with potential park attractions in mind. Television shows promote upcoming park additions. The park itself becomes a kind of three-dimensional version of what Disney represents: optimism, imagination, attention to detail, and family entertainment that doesn't condescend to children or bore adults. Walt walks through Disneyland constantly, observing how people interact with it, noting what works and what needs adjustment. He stands in lines with other guests, watches their faces on attractions, and learns from their reactions. The park isn't finished on opening day. It's never finished. Walt famously says Disneyland will never be complete as long as there's imagination left in the world, which sounds like marketing copy, but actually describes his approach accurately. The 1960s find Walt at the height of influence, but increasingly focused on projects beyond traditional entertainment. Mary Poppins becomes the culmination of decades pursuing film rights and the perfect blend of live action, animation, and music. Released in 1964, it became the biggest Disney box office success during Walt's lifetime, earning 13 Academy Award nominations and cementing Julie Andrews as a star. But Walt's mind is already elsewhere, focused on an even more ambitious project than Disneyland. He's been secretly buying land in central Florida. 27,000 acres of swamps and orange groves purchased through dummy corporations to prevent price speculation. The Florida project will be more than a park. It will be a city. The experimental prototype community of tomorrow, Epcot, consumes Walt's imagination in his final years. He envisions an actual working city where 20,000 residents will test new technologies and urban planning concepts. The city will be climate-controlled, built in concentric circles with businesses at the centre and residential areas radiating outward. Transportation will be efficient and innovative. Everything will be designed to demonstrate how cities could function if freed from historical constraints and conventional thinking. Walt presents the Florida project in a film made in October 1966, explaining his vision with the enthusiasm of someone describing something that already exists rather than something that's mostly wish lines and ambition. He's 64 years old, still smoking heavily despite health warnings, and still working brutal hours because the work itself provides energy that rest never could. The California Institute of the Arts, CalArts, represents another final project. Walt and Roy donate land and resources to create a school that merges visual arts, music, dance, and theatre. It's meant to train the artists who will carry Disney forward, who will innovate rather than simply replicating what's worked before. The school will eventually become influential in ways that extend far beyond Disney, but Walt won't live to see it. November 1966 brings a diagnosis that probably doesn't surprise Walt even if it devastates him. Advanced. Inoperable. The doctors can offer palliative care, but not much hope. Walt approaches his mortality with the same practicality he's brought to every other problem. He has projects to finish, plans to communicate, and inoperable lung cancer. A legacy to secure. He spends his final weeks trying to ensure the Florida project will proceed correctly. There are meetings with engineers and planners, notes dictating how various elements should function, and sketches showing preferred layouts. He's building something he'll never see, trying to communicate a vision complex enough that it requires someone else to believe in it as intensely as he does. December 15th, 1966 arrives too quickly. Walt Disney dies at St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. His brother Roy at his bedside, his vast empire of entertainment suddenly without its driving visionary. He's 65 years old, having spent 4 decades transforming animation from a novelty into an art form, theme parks from questionable enterprises into experiential destinations, and family entertainment from something apologetically simple into something genuinely worthy of the attention given to it. The immediate question after Walt's death is whether Disney can survive without Disney. Roy postpones his retirement, takes over the company, and determines to see the Florida project completed as a tribute to his brother. The park that opens in October 1971 is called Walt Disney World, ensuring everyone knows who imagined it even though he never saw it. Epcot doesn't become the working city Walt envisioned. Practicalities of governance and liability make that impossible. Instead, it becomes another theme park, opening in 1982 with pavilions celebrating technology and international culture. It's not what Walt described in his final filmed presentation, but it carries his DNA: ambitious, educational, forward-looking, and believing entertainment can include substance without becoming tedious. The animation studio Walt built continues producing films, though the decades after his death become uneven. The Aristocats, Robin Hood, and The Rescuers. They're competent but lack the innovation that defined earlier eras. The studio is running on momentum, producing what audiences expect rather than pushing boundaries. It takes until 1989's The Little Mermaid for Disney Animation to rediscover its creative footing and launch the period critics call the Disney Renaissance. The parks expand globally: Tokyo in 1983, Paris in 1992, Hong Kong in 2005, and Shanghai in 2016. Each one adapts the Disneyland concept to local cultures while maintaining Disney standards of cleanliness, safety, and themed experience. The parks become pilgrimage sites for families worldwide, creating memories that span generations. The company grows beyond what Walt probably imagined, acquiring Pixar, Marvel, Lucasfilm, and 21st Century Fox, becoming an entertainment conglomerate so vast it feels more like an ecosystem than a company. The Disney Plus streaming service launches in 2019, bringing decades of content directly to homes worldwide. The company Walt started in a garage with his brother now generates annual revenue exceeding $60 billion. But the numbers, impressive as they are, don't quite capture Walt's actual legacy. His lasting contribution isn't just successful businesses or popular characters, though those certainly matter. It's something more fundamental: the belief that entertainment can be both popular and good, that attention to detail matters even when audiences might not consciously notice it, and that stories told through animation can carry the same emotional weight as stories told any other way. Walt demonstrated that theme parks don't have to be cynical operations, separating families from money through mechanical thrills and overpriced food. They can be places where environments are carefully crafted, where cast members are trained to maintain character, where every sightline is considered, and where every detail contributes to atmosphere. This philosophy extends beyond Disney parks, influencing how other entertainment companies approach themed experiences. The impact on animation is impossible to overstate. Before Disney, animation was a novelty. Short films playing before features, simple stories with crude movement. Walt insisted animation could carry feature-length narratives, could make audiences cry, and could be art that happened to be drawn rather than filmed. Snow White opened possibilities that animators worldwide have spent decades exploring. The business model Walt pioneered, using one medium to promote another, creating characters that work across multiple platforms, and building brands that transcend individual products, has become standard practice throughout entertainment. Films promote theme park attractions that promote merchandise, that promote streaming content that promotes films. It's circular and self-reinforcing, and so completely normal now that it's easy to forget someone had to invent this approach. the cultural impact reaches further than business models or animation techniques. Mickey Mouse remains among the most recognisable characters worldwide, recognised by people who've never seen a Disney film. The castle silhouette that opens Disney films triggers instant recognition. Phrases like, "When you wish upon a star" and "happiest place on earth" have entered common language. More subtly, Walt shaped how multiple generations understand childhood entertainment. The idea that family films should be well made rather than condescending, that stories for children can include genuine emotion rather than just noise and colour, and that animation deserves the same care and craft as any other art form. These concepts seem obvious now, partly because Walt made them standard. Critics sometimes argue that Disney sanitized fairy tales and removed their dark edges and moral complexity in favour of commercial palatability. There's truth in this. Walt's versions of classic stories tend toward optimism and clear moral lessons, rather than the ambiguity found in original folk tales. But this criticism often underestimates how difficult it is to create genuinely good entertainment that works for both children and adults, that doesn't bore one group while overwhelming the other. The optimism that defined Walt's worldview, some might say his relentless optimism, has influenced American culture in ways both obvious and subtle. Disneyland's Main Street USA presents an idealized version of small-town America that probably never existed but that shaped how generations imagine the past. The films consistently suggest that goodness triumphs, that hard work brings rewards, and that dreams come true for those who believe strongly enough. These messages can seem naive, but they've also provided comfort and hope to millions of people during difficult times. You can argue about whether Walt Disney was a genius or just extremely talented and relentlessly driven. You can debate whether his influence on American culture has been primarily positive, or if his sanitized visions of stories and history have created unrealistic expectations. You can discuss his business practices, his complicated relationships with employees, his political views, and his strengths and limitations as a leader. But you can't reasonably argue that he didn't matter. The world would look genuinely different without Walt Disney's contributions. Animation would have developed differently, probably more slowly. Theme parks would be less immersive and less concerned with theming and atmosphere. Family entertainment might still be the overlooked stepchild of the industry, considered less important than content for adults. As you drift towards sleep, picture that Kansas City garage where a young man set up an animation stand, convinced that drawings could tell stories that mattered. Picture the California orange groves that became Disneyland, transforming from farmland to fantasy through the belief that experiences could be crafted as carefully as films. Picture the Burbank studio where thousands of artists spent careers bringing imagination to life, frame by painstaking frame. Walt Disney's legacy isn't just the company that bears his name or the characters he created, or the parks that carry his philosophy. It's the persistent, slightly absurd belief that entertainment matters, that quality matters, that what we create for families and children deserves the same care we'd give to anything else. That imagination, properly applied with enough persistence and attention to detail, can transform drawings into experiences, can turn swamps into destinations, and can make mice into icons. The optimism might seem naive from certain angles, the belief in happy endings unsophisticated, and the insistence on wholesomeness limiting. But there's something to be said for people who spend their lives trying to create joy, who believe that careful craft matters even when shortcuts would be easier, and who think that the world could use a little more magic and are willing to work brutally hard to provide it. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere tonight, children are watching. Mice have adventures. Families are walking down carefully maintained main streets designed to feel like home. And artists are learning their craft at schools he helped establish. The man who started by drawing on farmyard animals and ended by reshaping entertainment is gone. But the belief that drove him, that stories matter, that craft matters, that imagination applied with enough persistence can actually change things, continues in ways both obvious and subtle, both commercial and cultural, in theme parks and film studios and animation departments worldwide. The castle stands, the mouse still smiles, and somewhere, someone is learning that dreams, properly pursued with enough coffee and stubborn refusal to accept conventional limitations, sometimes actually do come true. Good night. Imagine you're living in England in the autumn of 1703, and your life moves at the pace of a horse-drawn cart. There are no weather apps on your phone because there are no phones. No meteorologists are tracking pressure systems because the barometer has only recently been invented, and most people think it's some kind of scientific curiosity rather than a practical tool. Queen Anne sits on the throne, having recently succeeded her brother-in-law William III. The country is embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession, which is one of those complicated European conflicts where everyone seems to be fighting everyone else over inheritances and territory. But for ordinary people, war is something that happens far away, while the real concerns are much closer to home, bringing in the harvest, fixing the thatch on the roof before winter, and making sure there's enough firewood stacked for the cold months ahead. November in England means the farming season is winding down. The fields have been harvested, the animals are being prepared for winter, and people are settling into that cosy rhythm of shorter days and longer nights. It's the time of year when you're grateful for a solid roof, a warm hearth, and walls that keep out the wind. The houses of 1703 would seem almost impossibly fragile to you now. Most buildings outside major cities are timber frame with walls made of wattle and daub, basically sticks and mud with some hope mixed in. Roofs are thatched with straw or reeds, held down by wooden pegs and prayer. Even in London, which is rebuilding after the Great Fire of 1666, many structures are still partially wooden. Glass windows are expensive luxuries. So many homes make do with oiled paper or wooden shutters. The English countryside is dotted with windmills that grind grain into flour. These tall wooden structures turn their sails to catch the wind, like patient sentinels watching over the fields. There are hundreds of them, essential to feeding the population, standing on hilltops and in valleys where the wind blows strongest. They're marvels of engineering for their time, though they have one significant vulnerability that nobody has quite solved. They're extremely susceptible to strong winds. Churches rise above most villages, their stone towers and wooden steeples pointing toward heaven like fingers in prayer. These spires can be seen for miles around, helping travellers navigate and reminding everyone of the central place religion holds in daily life. The church bells mark the hours, call people to worship and warn of danger. They're the communication system of the age, ringing out messages across the landscape. Along the coasts, maritime life pulses with constant activity. The Royal Navy maintains dozens of warships in various ports, while merchant vessels crowd the harbours, loading and unloading goods from around the world. Portsmouth, Plymouth and the Thames estuary are forests of masts and rigging. Sailors live lives that alternate between the tedium of port maintenance and the danger of sea voyages, where storms are an accepted occupational hazard. The weather in late 1703 has been odd. Not dramatically so, but enough that people notice. There have been unusually strong winds throughout November, the kind that make you lean into your walk and hold onto your hat. Trees have been shedding their leaves earlier than usual, as if they know something the humans don't. Old-timers, the kind who claim to feel storms in their bones, have been muttering about the signs. Red skies at odd hours, birds behaving strangely, and an unsettled feeling in the air itself. But England has weathered storms before. This is an island nation after all, surrounded by temperamental seas and subject to whatever weather the Atlantic decides to send its way. People have learned to bend with the wind, to secure their belongings and to wait out whatever nature throws at them. They've survived Norse raiders, the Black Death, Civil War and the Great Fire. How bad could a little wind be? This sense of resilient confidence, this very British attitude of muddling through, is about to be tested in ways no one can imagine. Because the storm that's gathering out in the Atlantic isn't a normal autumn gale, is not even an exceptional storm by the usual standards. It's something else entirely. A meteorological monster that will make weather history and haunt European consciousness for generations. The last week of November 1703 feels like nature is taking a deep breath before screaming. You step outside on November 24th, and the air has that peculiar quality that makes the hair on your arms stand up. It's not just cold, it's charged, electric, as if the atmosphere itself is holding tension like a drawn bowstring. The sky takes on colours that don't appear in normal weather. There are brassy yellows near the horizon, deep purples in the clouds, and that particular shade of green that experienced sailors know means trouble. The clouds themselves seem to be moving in several directions at once, low scud racing across the sky, while higher formations lumber along at different angles. It's like watching a badly choreographed dance, where none of the performers can agree on the music. Birds are acting strangely, and if you were the noticing type, this would concern you. Seagulls, those perpetual optimists of the avian world, have moved inland en masse. Crows gather in unusual numbers, making a racket that sounds almost like warnings. Even the farm animals seem unsettled. Horses stamp and whinny in their stables, cows refuse to go into their barns, and dogs pace nervously, whining at their owners. The barometer, in the few places where such newfangled instruments exist, is doing something unprecedented. It's falling, but not in the gradual way that suggests an approaching storm. It's plummeting like a stone dropped in water, faster than anyone has seen before. Daniel Defoe, who will later document this storm in extraordinary detail, owns one of these instruments. He watches it drop and wonders if perhaps the device is broken. Surely the air pressure can't actually be falling this rapidly. November 26th dawns with an eerie calm. The wind that has been bothering people for weeks has died down to almost nothing. The air feels heavy, thick, like trying to breathe through a damp wool blanket. This is the kind of stillness that precedes something significant, though most people interpret it as a relief. Finally, they think, the winds have stopped. Perhaps they can get some repairs done, secure their properties properly, and maybe even sleep without the constant whistling and rattling. But seasoned sailors and shepherds, people whose lives depend on reading weather, know better. This isn't peaceful calm. This is nature pausing for effect, like a storyteller taking a breath before the climax. The old maritime saying comes to mind, calm before the storm, though in this case, storm is going to prove a grossly inadequate word for what's approaching. By the evening of November 26th, the wind returns, but it's different now. It's no longer the blustery autumn breeze people have grown accustomed to. It's purposeful, building with an almost conscious intent, like something that has decided to stop playing around and get serious. The sound changes too, from the familiar whistle and moan to a deeper, more ominous roar that seems to come from everywhere at once. People begin their evening preparations with growing uneasiness. You secure your shutters, bring in anything from the yard that might blow away, and double-check that the animals are safely housed. In coastal towns, sailors look at their moored vessels with worried expressions, wondering if the ropes and chains will hold. Ship captains who can put out additional anchors and say prayers to whatever saints specialise in maritime protection. As darkness falls on November 26th, the wind continues to build. It's no longer just moving air, it's becoming a physical presence, something you can lean against, something that pushes back. The sound grows from a roar to something that resembles continuous thunder, a bass note that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. Inside homes across southern England, families gather close to their fires, trying to ignore the increasingly alarming noises from outside. Shutters begin to rattle despite being latched. The wind finds every gap in the walls, every crack around doors and windows, creating whistling harmonics that would sound almost musical if they weren't so unsettling. Thatch roofs start to lift and settle, like the building itself is breathing heavily. Around midnight, the storm stops building and simply arrives in its full fury. It's as if someone has flipped a switch from very bad weather to apocalyptic nightmare. The wind doesn't just blow anymore, it hammers, it screams, it attacks. The sound becomes so overwhelming that it's almost impossible to think clearly. Imagine standing next to a jet engine and you're getting close to the volume and intensity of what people are experiencing. And here's the thing that makes this storm so strange, so different from normal tempests. It's not coming from a single direction. The wind seems to swirl and eddy, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. This isn't a weather pattern people understand. Storms have directions, they have fronts, and they move in predictable ways. This storm seems to be everywhere at once, a circular fury that defies normal meteorological behaviour. What nobody realises yet, because the science doesn't exist to understand it, is that they're experiencing something exceptionally rare. A bomb cyclone, what modern meteorologists call explosive cyclogenesis. The atmospheric pressure is dropping so rapidly that the storm is intensifying at a rate that occurs perhaps once or twice a century. The rotating winds are reaching speeds that won't be scientifically measured for another 150 years, when someone invents proper instruments for such things. As the night of November 26th deepens into the early hours of November 27th, everyone in southern England is about to experience the longest, most terrifying night of their lives. And the truly horrifying part, the storm is still intensifying. Picture yourself huddled in a stone cottage somewhere in Kent as the clock approaches 2 a.m. on November 27th. The fire in your hearth is being sucked up the chimney by the incredible draught, sending sparks and smoke into the room. Every few seconds, the entire building shudders as if being struck by a giant's fist. The noise is beyond description. Imagine a freight train, a waterfall, and continuous thunder all happening at once, and you're still not quite there. The thatch roof above your head is now lifting in sections. You can actually see it moving and feel the sudden drafts of freezing air as gaps appear, and then close again. Bits of straw are falling into the room like strange snow. You're making calculations about whether it's safer to stay inside a building that might collapse, or venture outside into wind that could literally knock you off your feet and blow you across the countryside. Across southern England, roofs are now leaving buildings entirely, not being damaged, leaving. Whole thatched roofs lift off like birds taking flight, sailing through the air in one piece before disintegrating into golden clouds of straw that scatter across the landscape. Tiles and slates become projectiles, flying through the air with enough force to embed themselves in walls or, tragically, in anything living that happens to be in their path. The windmills that have stood sentinel over the countryside are experiencing catastrophic failures. Their sails, designed to catch the wind efficiently, are now catching far too much of it. Unable to be shut down or furled fast enough, the mills begin spinning at impossible speeds. The wooden gears inside, never meant for such rotation rates, start smoking from friction. Some mills simply explode from the centrifugal force, sending massive wooden beams flying through the air like enormous javelins. Others catch fire from the friction of their overspinning machinery, becoming bizarre torches in the storm-racked night. Church steeples, those proud fingers pointing to heaven, are toppling. The spire of St Mary's in Somerset goes first, crashing through the roof of the church itself. Then dozens more across the south follow suit, their lead-covered wooden frames no match for winds that are essentially trying to tear England apart. Each falling steeple makes a sound like a forest tree being felled, a groaning crack followed by an enormous crash. For deeply religious people, seeing churches destroyed feels especially ominous. If God's houses aren't safe, what hope do ordinary buildings have? In London, the scene is apocalyptic. The city, still recovering from the Great Fire of 1666, is being battered by winds that are methodically undoing decades of reconstruction. Roof tiles fly through the streets like deadly frisbees. Chimneys topple, sending bricks raining down onto cobblestones below. Anyone foolish or desperate enough to be outside quickly realises their mistake, as the wind shoves them against walls, or literally lifts them off their feet. The Thames is behaving in ways nobody has seen before. The wind is so powerful that it's actually pushing water upstream, reversing the river's flow. Waves are forming on the river's surface. Waves on a river in central London. Barges and small boats moored at the docks are being tossed like bath toys, breaking their moorings and crashing into each other or smashing against the embankments. Daniel Defoe, future author of Robinson Crusoe but currently a somewhat controversial political writer, is in his London home watching what he describes as tiles flying past his windows like autumn leaves. He's making mental notes for what will become the world's first real investigative journalism piece about a natural disaster. Between flinching at each new crash and bang, he's already planning how to document this night for posterity. But the truly catastrophic scenes are playing out along the coast and at sea. At the Eddystone Lighthouse, perched on rocks 14 miles off the coast of Plymouth, the situation is beyond desperate. This is the first lighthouse ever built on these treacherous rocks, completed just 5 years earlier. It's a wooden structure, which seems insane now, but was considered reasonable engineering at the time. The lighthouse keeper, Henry Winstanley, is actually at the lighthouse, having gone out to perform repairs just days before. The lighthouse is flexing and swaying in ways that wooden structures should never flex and sway. Around 2 a.m, a wave larger than any in recorded memory hits the lighthouse. When dawn eventually comes, the lighthouse is simply gone, vanished as completely as if it never existed. Henry Winstanley, his crew, and the entire structure have been erased from the ocean. Not a single piece of wreckage will ever be found. In Portsmouth Harbour, the Royal Navy is experiencing its worst peacetime disaster in history. Dozens of warships are moored here, and as the storm intensifies, their anchors begin to drag. These aren't small boats. Some are 3-decked ships of the line, massive wooden castles that carry hundreds of men and dozens of cannon. But in this wind, they're as helpless as children's toys. Ships begin colliding with each other in the darkness. The sound of wooden hulls grinding together is audible even over the storm. Masts snap with cracks like cannon fire. Rigging tangles between ships, creating a chaos of rope and canvas that makes it impossible to separate vessels even if anyone could work on deck, which they can't. The wind is strong enough to blow men off their feet and over the railings into the churning water below. Some ships are being driven onto the shore despite their anchors. The HMS Association, a 90-gun ship of the line, drags her anchors and grounds near the Isle of Wight. The HMS Restoration snaps her anchor cables and is driven onto the mudflats where she'll eventually sink. All across the southern coast from Bristol to Kent, ships are meeting similar fates. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, and naval ships are all equally helpless before the storm's fury. The human cost at sea is staggering. Sailors who have survived battles, storms, and years of hard service are drowning within sight of their home ports. Some are trapped below decks in ships that are flooding. Others are washed overboard into water so violent that rescue is impossible, even if anyone could mount an attempt, which they can't. The Navy alone will lose over 1,000 men this night, more than most naval battles of the era. Inland, trees that have stood for centuries are falling by the thousands. Ancient oaks that were already old when Shakespeare was born topple like dominoes. Entire forests are being flattened, creating lunar landscapes of fallen timber that will take decades to clear. The new forest loses an estimated 4,000 ancient trees in a single night. Deer, foxes, badgers, and birds that depend on these trees are being crushed or left homeless. Agricultural damage is catastrophic. Barns and storage buildings collapse, crushing livestock and destroying the winter food supplies that farming families depend on. Haystacks that represent months of labour scatter across the countryside. Sheep and cattle, terrified by the noise and unable to find shelter, huddle in fields where some are actually blown over and killed by the force of the wind. A detail so bizarre that people will initially refuse to believe the reports. As the storm rages through the early hours of November 27th, people huddle in whatever shelter they can find, listening to their world being torn apart. Every crash, every splintering sound, every moment when the wind seems to increase impossibly beyond what it already was, it all contributes to a growing certainty that this isn't a normal storm. This is something unprecedented, something that's revealing just how fragile human civilization really is when nature decides to stop being cooperative. And still, remarkably, the storm continues to intensify. Let's focus on individual moments within this catastrophic night, because statistics and general descriptions can't quite capture what it means to live through something like this. These are the human stories, the small dramas playing out across southern England while the great drama of the storm rages on. In a small village in Sussex, a family of 7 huddles in their cottage as the walls begin to crack. The father, a farmer named Thomas, has moved everyone into the oldest part of the house, the stone section that his grandfather built 60 years ago. The newer timber-framed rooms are already showing alarming signs of stress, with beams visibly shifting and walls leaning. Around 3 a.m. the decision makes itself. With a sound like 1,000 trees breaking at once, the timber section of their home simply disintegrates. One moment it's there, the next it's gone, scattered across the countryside in 1,000,000 pieces. The family packed into the stone room survives because of a building decision made 2 generations earlier by a careful craftsman who mixed his mortar properly and chose good stone. In the morning they'll walk out to find that everything they owned except what's in this one room is gone, spread across 3 counties. Meanwhile, in Bristol, a midwife named Eleanor is facing an impossible decision. A woman has gone into labour and complications mean Eleanor needs to reach her quickly. But going outside in this storm is madness. The streets are rivers of flying debris, and the wind is strong enough to make walking nearly impossible. Eleanor looks at the storm, looks at her bag of instruments and herbs, thinks about the woman and unborn child, and makes the choice. She wraps herself in every piece of heavy clothing she owns and sets out into the tempest. Her journey of less than half a mile takes over an hour. She crawls part of the way, holding onto walls and fences, moving between buildings when the wind briefly lessens. A roof tile strikes her shoulder, leaving a bruise but fortunately not breaking a bone. At one point, a gust simply lifts her off her feet and deposits her 10 feet away. But Eleanor keeps going, driven by professional duty and sheer stubbornness, until she reaches her patient. The baby will be born healthy just after dawn, and Eleanor will later say that bringing life into the world during history's deadliest storm gave her a perspective on resilience that she never lost. Out at sea, the situation is a pure nightmare. On the HMS Mary, a 4th-rate ship with 50 guns, the crew has done everything right. Anchors are down, sails are furled, and hatches are battened. But the wind is so strong that the ship is dragging her anchors anyway, moving slowly but inexorably toward the rocky shore of the Isle of Wight. The captain knows what's coming. He can feel it through the ship's timbers, that subtle change in motion that tells an experienced seaman that his vessel is doomed. He can't save the ship, but perhaps he can save the crew. He orders everyone into the rigging, counterintuitive, but it gets them high above the deck before the ship grounds. When the Mary finally strikes the rocks around 4 a.m, the impact is so violent that it tears the bottom out of the hull. The ship floods in minutes, but most of the crew, clinging to the masts and yards, survive until dawn, when rescuers can reach them. Not everyone is so fortunate. The HMS Northumberland, a large merchant vessel pressed into Navy service, breaks free of her moorings in Portsmouth and is driven directly into the path of the HMS Mary. The 2 ships collide in the darkness with a grinding, splintering crash that can be heard on shore over the wind. The Northumberland's masts fall like trees, crushing men who have no time to escape. The ship begins taking on water immediately, and in the chaos and darkness, rescue is impossible. Of her crew of 200, fewer than 20 will see the dawn. In Kent, a shepherd named William has been caught away from home when the storm truly hit. He's taken shelter in a small stone hut used for storing tools, basically 4 walls and a solid roof, no windows and 1 door. It's cramped and cold, but it's stone and it's holding. William settles in to wait out the storm, listening to the unbelievable fury outside and probably thinking about every poor decision that led to him being here instead of home in his own bed. Around midnight, William hears something over the storm, an odd bleating sound. Opening the door slightly, he finds a ewe from his flock terrified and pressed against the wall. He pulls her inside. Within an hour, 3 more sheep have found his shelter. Then a fox appears, and William's first instinct is to drive it away. But something about the absolute terror in the animal's eyes makes him hesitate. The fox slinks into a corner as far from the sheep as possible and lies there shaking. They'll all survive the night together in that tiny stone hut. Predator and prey united by fear of something worse than each other. Back in London, Westminster Abbey is suffering devastating damage. This isn't some wooden structure, but a massive stone building that has stood for centuries. Yet the wind is finding weaknesses that nobody knew existed. Lead sheets on the roof are peeling back like paper. Flying debris has broken several ancient stained glass windows. Most dramatically, the Abbey's roof, which weighs several tons, actually lifts and shifts, dropping back down at a slight angle. The architectural damage will take years to properly repair. The Tower of London, that ancient fortress that has withstood sieges, fires and political upheavals, is experiencing something new. The wind is so strong that it's actually pushing in the leaded windows. The famous ravens that live in the tower, who according to legend protect England by their presence, have all taken shelter in the deepest, most protected corners of the fortress. Even birds that are essentially carrion eaters, built to handle harsh conditions, know when to admit defeat. In Portsmouth, a naval officer named Samuel Pepys, not the diarist but a distant relative, is trapped aboard his ship making impossible decisions. His vessel has dragged anchor and is heading toward the rocks, but the storm is so violent that he can't order men on deck without essentially sending them to their deaths. He watches 3 ships collide nearby, sees masts fall, and hears the screams of men going into the water. There's nothing he can do. Command in this storm is meaningless. Nature is in charge now, and all human authority is temporarily suspended. Around 4 a.m, something shifts in the storm's character. It doesn't weaken, if anything, this is the peak of its fury. But the wind begins to change direction, swinging around from the southwest to the west and then northwest. This rotation means that places that had been somewhat protected by geography now get hit with full force, while areas that had borne the brunt for hours get brief, relative respites. This wind shift causes a new wave of destruction. Buildings that had survived by facing away from the wind now have it hitting them from unexpected angles. Ships that had positioned themselves carefully for southwest winds find themselves broadside to northwest gales. The wind shift feels almost malicious, as if the storm is making sure nothing escapes its attention. On the coast of Hampshire, a small fishing village experiences what locals will later describe as the most terrifying hour of the night. The wind had been bad but survivable. Then the shift happens, and suddenly the wind is coming straight off the ocean with nothing to block it. The entire village's fishing fleet, 20 small boats drawn up on the beach, is picked up and thrown against the seawall. Houses nearest the water are struck by waves that have no business being that large. 3 cottages simply collapse into the sea, which is now reaching places it has never reached before. The village church, which sits on a slight rise and has been a landmark for 200 years, loses its entire roof in one piece. The roof simply lifts off, sails several hundred yards inland, and lands in a field where it will remain largely intact. The church bell falls from the tower and rolls down into the village square, where it will stay for weeks because it's too heavy to move easily, and there are far more pressing concerns. As the first hints of grey light begin to appear in the eastern sky, though light is a generous term for the murky dimness that passes for dawn on November 27th, people begin to realise that they might actually survive this. The storm is still raging, but there's a subtle lessening of intensity, a sense that perhaps the worst has passed. Of course, nobody can be sure. The storm has already defied every expectation and broken every rule. Who's to say it won't suddenly intensify again? But slowly, gradually, the wind does begin to decrease. Not quickly, this isn't like a switch being flipped off, but measurably. By 6 a.m, it's possible to stand outside without being knocked down, though you still need to lean into the wind and watch for flying debris. By 7 a.m, the wind has dropped to what would normally be called gale force, which after the horrors of the night feels almost calm by comparison. The storm isn't over. It will continue to batter parts of England and move on to ravage sections of Europe for another day. But the absolute peak, that nightmare period between midnight and dawn, is finally ending. People begin to emerge from whatever shelter they found, stepping out into a world that has been fundamentally transformed. Imagine stepping out of your shelter as the grey light of November 27th grows strong enough to actually see by. The wind is still blowing hard, but compared to the night's fury, it feels almost gentle. The first thing that strikes you is the smell. Fresh wood from thousands of broken trees, salt spray carried miles inland from the sea, disturbed earth from buildings that have collapsed, and smoke from fires that have broken out in the chaos. The second thing you notice is the sound. After hours of continuous roaring wind, the relative quiet is almost disorienting. Your ears are ringing from the sustained volume, but there are new sounds now. The crash of delayed structural collapses as buildings that were weakened during the night finally give up. The calls of people searching for family members and neighbours, and the creaking of damaged structures that are still partially standing. Then you look around and your mind struggles to process what you're seeing. The landscape has been transformed so completely that it takes a moment to orient yourself. Trees that were landmarks, that you've used your entire life to navigate, are gone. Buildings that define the skyline have vanished or are now unrecognisable ruins. The village or town you've lived in your whole life has become a foreign country overnight. In the countryside, the devastation is staggering, but at least it's spread out. Entire forests are flattened, yes, but forests were going to be cut down eventually anyway for timber. It's shocking, but it's not as immediately heartbreaking as what's happening in population centres. In towns and cities, the destruction is intimate and immediate. This pile of rubble was the Baker family's house, where Mrs. Baker made the best bread in the village. That scattered timber was the smithy where horses were shod and tools were mended. The church where you were baptised, where your parents were married, and where your grandparents are buried. It's now missing half its roof and its entire steeple. The community's physical memory has been partially erased overnight. People are emerging slowly and cautiously, many of them in shock. You see a woman standing in front of where a house used to be, just standing there staring at the rubble, not moving, not speaking. A man is walking in circles in his yard, picking up random objects, a cooking pot, a child's shoe, a book, holding each one for a moment before setting it down and picking up something else, as if he's lost the ability to decide what's important. Children are crying, some from fear, some from exhaustion, and some from that peculiar distress that comes from having their entire world revealed as less safe and stable than they believed. Dogs are barking frantically, trying to find their owners or protect property that no longer exists. Cats are nowhere to be seen. They've all hidden in whatever deep, dark places they could find and won't emerge for days. The death toll becomes apparent gradually. Someone finds a body under rubble here. Another is discovered in a collapsed building there. A family didn't make it out when their house collapsed. An elderly person, too frail to evacuate to stronger shelter, was crushed when a beam fell. The numbers start to accumulate, and with each discovery the community's shock deepens. In London, the scene is apocalyptic. Streets are impassable, blocked by fallen chimneys, collapsed walls, and debris. The lead merchant's warehouse near the Thames has collapsed, spilling thousands of sheets of lead roofing material into the streets. Tiles and bricks lie everywhere, mixed with broken glass, splintered wood, and scattered belongings from homes that no longer have roofs to protect their contents. Westminster Abbey looks like it's been hit by artillery. The roof damage is extensive, exposing the interior to the elements. Several pinnacles and decorative elements have fallen, smashing into the streets below. The clock tower has stopped working, its mechanism jammed by the building's structural shifts. The Queen will later be told that the damage to the abbey alone will cost thousands of pounds to repair, a fortune in 1703 money. Daniel Defoe, having survived the night with his family, begins what will become the world's first systematic disaster investigation. He places advertisements in London newspapers, asking people to send him their observations and experiences. He's going to collect data, compile statistics, and create a comprehensive account of the storm. It's revolutionary journalism, using systematic investigation and eyewitness testimony to document a natural disaster. His eventual publication, The Storm, will become a historical document of immense value. Along the coast, the maritime disaster is beyond anything the Royal Navy has experienced in peacetime. Portsmouth Harbour looks like a battlefield. Ships are piled on top of each other, masts are broken and trailing in the water, and hulls are stove in and sinking. Bodies are washing up on shore, sailors who went into the water during the night and never made it out. The Eddystone Light, which stood as a symbol of human engineering triumphing over nature, has vanished completely. Search ships will eventually find the rocks where it stood, but not a single piece of the structure remains. Henry Winstanley, who designed and built the lighthouse, and who famously said he wanted to be inside it during the greatest storm to prove its strength, got his wish in the cruelest way possible. His confidence in his engineering has cost him everything. Merchant ships from around the world have been destroyed. A vessel from the East Indies carrying spices and silk worth a small fortune has sunk in the harbour. A ship from the Americas, loaded with tobacco and sugar, has been driven onto the rocks and broken apart. Insurance companies in London will face bankruptcy from the claims. The financial impact of the storm will ripple through the economy for years. The total ship losses are difficult to calculate initially because ships keep being found wrecked in unexpected places. The wind was strong enough to blow vessels miles from where they should have been. One merchant ship is found several miles inland, blown up a tidal creek and deposited in a farmer's field, like some bizarre sea monster that lost its way. It will stay there for years because moving it is impractical. Eventually, it will just rot in place, becoming a landmark and a reminder. Bishop's Palace in Wells, Somerset has lost most of its roof. Tiles that have protected this building for centuries are gone, scattered across the countryside. Rain is now falling into rooms that haven't been wet since they were built. Ancient manuscripts and documents are being hastily moved to try to save them from water damage. It will take months to make the palace weatherproof again. Canterbury Cathedral, one of the most important religious sites in England, has suffered damage to its Bell Harry Tower. Stonework that has stood since the 1400s has been weakened or destroyed. Lead sheets have been torn from the roof. The Archbishop will later calculate that the storm has done more damage to the cathedral than was inflicted during the entire Reformation. As people begin to assess the damage and start the overwhelming task of recovery, stories emerge that strain credibility. A woman in Kent claims that her chickens were blown 2 miles from her farm and landed, alive but extremely confused, in a neighbour's yard. A farmer insists that the wind was so strong it blew the fleece off several of his sheep. A claim that seems impossible until you see the sheep in question, partially sheared by wind and flying debris. Someone finds a haystack from Sussex sitting intact in a field in Kent, blown 20 miles from its original location. A weather vane from a church steeple in Hampshire is discovered embedded in a tree in Dorset, 40 miles away. These objects aren't just blown around, they're becoming projectiles that travel distances that seem to violate the laws of physics. The task of clearing the debris and beginning repairs is overwhelming. In every village, in every town, people are looking at months or years of work. Roofs need to be rebuilt, walls need to be repaired, and trees need to be cleared. And winter is coming. Damaged buildings need to be made weatherproof before the real cold arrives. There's a desperate urgency to the work, driven by the knowledge that another storm, even a normal one, could be catastrophic for buildings that are barely standing. help begins to arrive from areas that were less affected. The northern counties, which experience strong winds but nothing like the destruction in the south, send workers and materials. The Queen opens the royal purse to help with repairs to churches and public buildings. Wealthy landowners organise relief efforts for their tenants. It's not enough. It can't be enough. But it's something, and in the aftermath of disaster, something is infinitely better than nothing. As the day progresses and the wind continues to die down, people start trying to understand what happened. This is the beginning of a collective attempt to make sense of something that defies comprehension. In an age before modern meteorology, before weather science as we know it, people are reaching for explanations that make sense within their worldview. In the days and weeks following the Great Storm, people across England are asking the same question: what just happened? You have to remember that in 1703, the scientific understanding of weather was primitive at best. The barometer exists, yes, but it's a novelty. The concept of air pressure is understood in abstract terms by a few scientists, but the connection between pressure systems and weather is still being debated in academic circles. Most people's understanding of weather comes from centuries of folk wisdom and religious interpretation. Storms are sent by God, either as punishment for sin or as tests of faith. Weather patterns are influenced by the moon, by the stars, and by various signs and omens that experienced people learn to read. It's not scientific, but it's the framework people have for understanding their world. So when a storm of unprecedented violence strikes without warning and causes unimaginable destruction, the search for meaning becomes urgent. Religious leaders, who serve as the primary interpreters of major events, immediately frame the storm in theological terms. Sermons across the country describe it as divine judgment, though what exactly England is being judged for varies depending on the preacher's particular theological emphasis. Some ministers point to the ongoing war with France, suggesting that God is displeased with the bloodshed. Others focus on moral decay in London, claiming that the storm is punishment for the theatre, gambling, and other vices flourishing in the capital. Still others take a more political angle, suggesting that religious divisions between Anglicans and dissenters have angered the Almighty. These explanations provide comfort in their way. If the storm is divine judgment, then it's not random, it has meaning, purpose and cause. And if it has a cause, then perhaps it can be prevented next time by improving moral behaviour, reforming religious practices. It's a way of restoring a sense of control in a situation that revealed how little control anyone actually has. Queen Anne, who is deeply religious, orders a national day of fasting and prayer to be held in January. It's both a religious observance and a political statement, acknowledging the disaster while demonstrating royal concern for the nation's welfare. Churches across England will hold special services, and people will pray for the souls of the dead and for protection from future disasters. But not everyone is satisfied with purely religious explanations. A small but growing number of natural philosophers, the term scientist won't be coined for another century, are approaching the storm from a more analytical perspective. They want to understand the physical mechanisms that could produce such extraordinary winds. Daniel Defoe's investigation represents this new way of thinking. He's collecting data systematically, comparing accounts from different locations, and trying to map the storm's path and intensity. He's asking questions like, how fast were the winds? Nobody knows, because instruments to measure wind speed won't be invented until the 1800s. What was the air pressure? The few people with barometers report unprecedented lows, but there's no standard measurement system. Did the storm follow a predictable path? The accounts suggest something strange, a rotating storm system that moved across southern England, but the concept of cyclonic rotation won't be understood for over a century. Robert Hooke, the brilliant but often overlooked scientist who serves as curator of experiments for the Royal Society, has been keeping detailed weather records for years. He reviews his observations from late November and notes the unusual barometric pressure readings. He suspects there's a connection between the rapid pressure drop and the storm's intensity, but he lacks the theoretical framework to explain it properly. The Royal Society, England's premier scientific institution, holds several meetings dedicated to discussing the storm. Members present observations, theories, and speculations. Some of their ideas are surprisingly close to modern understanding. They correctly identify that the storm involved rotating winds and moved from west to east. Other ideas are completely wrong, including suggestions that earthquakes under the Atlantic somehow caused the storm or that unusual planetary alignments influenced atmospheric conditions. What makes the discussion interesting is that they're trying to apply empirical observation and logical reasoning to a natural phenomenon, rather than simply accepting supernatural explanations. This represents an important moment in the development of meteorological science, even if the actual understanding is still primitive. One observation that particularly puzzles natural philosophers is the storm's extraordinary wind speed. Several people report seeing objects blown at velocities that seem impossible. Tiles flying like birds, pieces of roof travelling for miles, people actually being lifted off their feet. These accounts suggest wind speeds far beyond what anyone has measured or documented before. Modern meteorological analysis, conducted centuries later using Defoe's collected accounts and other historical records, suggests that wind speeds during the storm's peak may have reached 120 to 130 miles per hour, possibly higher in gusts. That's Category 3 hurricane strength, but occurring in a latitude where such storms essentially never happen. It's the equivalent of a major Caribbean hurricane somehow appearing in the English Channel, meteorologically bizarre and historically unprecedented. The storm's path is also unusual. Most Atlantic storms that reach England come from the southwest and weaken as they approach land. This storm seems to have intensified as it approached, which violates normal storm behaviour. It also maintained its strength far longer than normal, battering southern England for over 12 hours at peak intensity. Everything about it is exceptional, anomalous, and wrong according to the typical patterns that experienced observers recognise. Agricultural communities are particularly concerned with understanding what happened, because they need to know if it could happen again. If this was a one-time divine judgment, that's one thing, but if it's a weather pattern that might recur, then building practices need to change, farming strategies need to adapt, and communities need to prepare differently for winter storms. The answer, frustratingly, is that nobody knows. This could be a once-in-a-millennium event that won't recur for centuries, or it could be the first of a new pattern. Maybe the climate is changing. Maybe some fundamental shift in atmospheric conditions has occurred. Without historical records going back more than a generation or two, and without scientific instruments to measure conditions properly, it's impossible to put the storm in proper context. What people do know is that their understanding of what weather can do has been fundamentally revised. Before the storm, people thought they knew the limits of wind strength, the maximum height of waves, and the worst that nature could throw at England. The storm has demonstrated that those limits were imaginary, that nature is capable of violence far beyond what anyone considered possible. This realization is both terrifying and, in an odd way, liberating. If the old certainties about weather are wrong, then perhaps other certainties are also questionable. Maybe the world is more dynamic, more changeable, and more surprising than traditional wisdom suggests. It's an uncomfortable thought, but it's also the kind of thinking that drives scientific progress. Insurance companies are also trying to understand the storm, but for purely practical reasons. They need to calculate risks and set premiums, which requires some ability to predict the likelihood of future disasters. The losses from this storm are bankrupting several insurance firms, and the survivors need to figure out how to price policies in a world where apparently impossible disasters can actually occur. This leads to some of the first attempts at actuarial science applied to weather, trying to use historical records and mathematical probability to estimate storm frequency and intensity. It's crude by modern standards, but it represents the beginning of treating weather disasters as calculable risks rather than simply unpredictable acts of God. As weeks turn to months and England slowly recovers from the Great Storm, the ways it has changed the country begin to emerge. Some changes are obvious and immediate, Thousands of buildings have been rebuilt with stronger construction methods, for instance. Other changes are more subtle, working their way through culture and consciousness in ways that will influence British society for generations. The most immediate legacy is architectural. The storm has provided a brutal lesson in what works and what doesn't when it comes to withstanding extreme winds. Thatched roofs, while traditional and relatively inexpensive, have proven catastrophically vulnerable. In the reconstruction that follows, you can see a shift toward tiles and slates, toward heavier roofing materials that won't simply blow away. Building techniques change too. Timber framing gets reinforced, buildings are anchored more securely to their foundations, and walls are built thicker. There's a new appreciation for stone construction, even though it's more expensive. The storm has essentially provided free but extremely harsh testing of construction methods, and builders are learning from the results. The windmill industry undergoes a complete redesign. The catastrophic failures during the storm, mills spinning themselves to destruction, catching fire or simply exploding, have made it clear that current designs are inadequate. Engineers develop better brake systems, stronger gearing and emergency shutdown mechanisms. Future windmills will be built lower and sturdier, trading some efficiency for much better storm survival. Lighthouse construction sees even more dramatic changes. The complete obliteration of the Eddystone Light makes it clear that wooden structures, no matter how cleverly designed, simply cannot withstand the worst the ocean can throw at them. When the lighthouse is rebuilt, it will be stone, and when that proves insufficient and is replaced again 50 years later, it will be even heavier stone with innovative engineering. The storm effectively ends the era of wooden offshore lighthouses. The Royal Navy learns hard lessons about harbour management and ship security. New mooring systems are developed, harbour configurations are redesigned, and procedures for securing ships during extreme weather are completely overhauled. The loss of so many ships in harbour, where they should have been safe, is an embarrassment that the Navy is determined not to repeat. But beyond these practical changes, the storm leaves deeper marks on British culture and psychology. It becomes a reference point, a benchmark against which all future storms are measured. For generations afterward, people will say things like, "the worst storm since 2003, or "not as bad as the Great Storm." It enters the national memory as a shared trauma that defined an era. The storm also contributes to a slowly growing sense that the world is more knowable and less mysterious than previous generations believed. The fact that someone like Defoe could systematically investigate a natural disaster, collect data, and produce a comprehensive account. This represents a new way of understanding the world, not through divine revelation or ancient authority, but through observation, documentation, and analysis. Defoe's The Storm, published in 1704, becomes a bestseller and remains in print for decades. It's part disaster account, part investigation, and part meditation on human vulnerability in the face of nature. But more importantly, it's proof that complex natural phenomena can be studied systematically and understood rationally. This approach will influence everything from how future disasters are documented to how scientific investigation is conducted. The insurance industry, forced to reinvent itself after the storm's financial devastation, becomes more sophisticated and more mathematical in its approach. The disaster accelerates the development of actuarial science and risk assessment. In a very real way, the modern insurance industry, with its complex calculations of risk and probability, has roots in the attempts to understand and price the risk of another great storm. Weather observation becomes more systematic in the storm's aftermath. More people invest in barometers, detailed weather logs are kept, and patterns are noted. The Royal Society encourages this systematic observation, collecting data that will eventually contribute to the development of meteorology as a proper science. It will take another century and a half before weather forecasting becomes reliable, but the Great Storm marks an important step in that direction. The religious response to the storm also has lasting effects, though perhaps not the ones the clergy intended. While sermons frame the disaster as divine judgment, The fact that the godly and ungodly suffered equally raises uncomfortable questions. Why would God destroy churches while sparing taverns? Why kill pious sailors while sparing sinful merchants? These questions don't shake religious faith. England remains deeply Christian, but they contribute to a gradually developing sense that maybe natural events have natural causes rather than being direct expressions of divine will. This is part of a larger intellectual shift happening across Europe, the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, observation and natural law. The Great Storm doesn't cause this shift, but it provides dramatic evidence that supports the new way of thinking. If even the weather follows natural laws rather than being directly controlled by divine intervention, then perhaps the entire universe operates according to predictable principles that humans can discover and understand. In literature and culture, the storm becomes a symbol of nature's power and human vulnerability. It appears in poems, plays, and novels. Artists depict the devastation in engravings and paintings, the image of ships being torn apart in harbour, of ancient trees toppling, of churches losing their steeples. These become powerful metaphors for the fragility of human achievements in the face of natural forces. The storm also influences British maritime culture and the national self-image. Britain sees itself as a naval power, as a nation connected to the sea. The fact that the sea could strike so devastating a blow right in the heart of British naval strength is sobering. It reinforces the respect for the ocean that is central to British maritime tradition. The understanding that the sea is never fully tamed, never completely safe, and always demands respect. For the families who lost loved ones in the storm, the legacy is more personal and more painful. Approximately 8,000 people died, most of them sailors who drowned when their ships went down. That's a staggering number for a country with England's population in 1703. Nearly every coastal community lost someone. Every port town has widows and orphans. The human cost ripples through society for a generation. There's also an economic legacy. The destruction of property, the loss of ships and cargo, and the cost of reconstruction, all of this represents an enormous financial burden. England in 1703 is already fighting an expensive war with France. Adding a massive natural disaster on top of that strains the national economy. Taxes are raised to fund reconstruction of government buildings and churches. Insurance premiums skyrocket. Some businesses never recover. But there's also resilience in the response. Communities come together to rebuild. Neighbours help neighbours clear debris and repair homes. The nation as a whole demonstrates a capacity to absorb a devastating blow and keep functioning. This resilience becomes part of Britain's national character, part of the story the country tells about itself, that British people endure, persist and carry on regardless of circumstances. The Great Storm becomes part of the cultural mythology that helps define what it means to be British. It's invoked during World War II when the Blitz is compared to natural disasters of the past. It's referenced during subsequent hurricanes and floods. It becomes one of those foundational stories that help a nation understand itself. A reminder that Britain has faced catastrophe before and survived. From a modern perspective, knowing what we now know about climate and weather systems, the Great Storm of 1703 remains meteorologically fascinating. Computer models attempting to recreate the storm based on historical accounts suggest it was essentially a bomb cyclone, an extratropical storm that underwent explosive intensification, with pressure dropping at unprecedented rates. These storms are rare but not impossible, and when they occur in the North Atlantic, they can produce conditions similar to major hurricanes. What makes the 1703 storm exceptional is that it struck at peak intensity, maintained that intensity for many hours, and hit the most populated and developed part of England directly. It was a perfect storm in the literal sense, the perfect combination of meteorological conditions, timing and geography to produce maximum devastation. Modern climate science can't say with certainty whether the storm was a pure anomaly or whether it reflected broader climate patterns. The early 1700s fall within what's called the Little Ice Age, a period of cooler than average temperatures in Europe. Some climate historians speculate that the unusual temperature patterns of this period might have contributed to unusual storm patterns, but the evidence is inconclusive. What we can say is that storms of similar intensity are possible today. The technology and infrastructure of modern Britain are better equipped to handle extreme weather than the wooden buildings and sailing ships of 1703. But a storm of truly equivalent intensity, sustained winds of 120 plus miles per hour striking southern England, would still cause catastrophic damage despite all our modern advantages. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the story winds toward its end, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Storm of 1703 can teach us more than 3 centuries later. Because while the specifics are historical, the themes are eternal. Nature's power, human vulnerability, resilience in the face of disaster, and the ongoing challenge of understanding forces beyond our control. The people of 1703 lived in a world that was in many ways utterly different from ours. They travelled by horse and sailing ship, lit their homes with candles, and had no electricity, no engines, and no synthetic materials of any kind. Their entire technological civilization was based on wood, stone, metal, and muscle power, human and animal. Yet their emotional responses to the storm would be immediately recognisable to anyone who has lived through a natural disaster. The fear as the winds intensified, the uncertainty about whether shelter would hold, the shock of seeing familiar landscapes transformed into unrecognisable devastation, the grief of loss, the overwhelm of recovery, and the gradual emergence of resilience and determination to rebuild. These human experiences transcend technology and time. The storm also reminds us that nature operates on scales, and with forces that dwarf human power. For all our modern technology, our reinforced buildings, our weather satellites, our computer models, we remain fundamentally vulnerable to natural forces. We've gotten better at predicting disasters and surviving them, but we haven't eliminated the vulnerability. A storm strong enough can still overwhelm our preparations. This isn't a depressing thought, or at least it doesn't have to be. There's something almost comforting about the reminder that humans aren't in complete control, that there are forces in the world larger than our politics, our economies, and our personal concerns. The wind that blew through England in 1703 didn't care about national boundaries, religious differences, social class, or individual achievement. It treated everyone equally, which in its way was a form of justice. The Great Storm also demonstrates the importance of systematic observation and record-keeping. Without Daniel Defoe's investigation, without the detailed accounts he collected, our understanding of the storm would be much more limited. We'd have scattered references in letters and diaries, but not the comprehensive picture that Defoe's work provides. This has relevance for how we approach modern challenges. Climate change, for instance, requires exactly this kind of systematic, long-term observation and documentation. We need people willing to do the patient, unglamorous work of collecting data, comparing accounts, and building comprehensive records. Defoe's work in 1703 was pioneering in this regard. He essentially invented disaster journalism and established a model for investigating natural catastrophes that we still use today. The storm also illustrates how disasters can accelerate change. The architectural improvements, the advances in maritime safety, the development of insurance practices, and the progress in weather observation. All of these might have happened eventually, but the storm compressed years or decades of gradual development into a few months of urgent necessity. Sometimes it takes a crisis to overcome inertia and implement improvements that people had been discussing but not acting on. This pattern repeats throughout history. The Great Fire of London in 1666 led to improved building codes and the first organised firefighting services. The Titanic sinking in 1912 revolutionised maritime safety regulations. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 transformed emergency management planning. Disasters, for all their tragedy, can be powerful catalysts for positive change, assuming we're willing to learn from them. The religious responses to the storm are also instructive, not because they were correct in their attribution of divine judgment, but because they show how people seek meaning in natural disasters. Humans seem psychologically wired to find patterns and purposes even in random or probabilistic events. When something terrible happens, saying, "it's just bad luck," or "it's a statistical inevitability," doesn't provide the same psychological comfort as finding meaning in the event. Modern secular society has largely replaced religious interpretations with scientific ones, but the underlying need to understand and contextualize disaster remains. We explain hurricanes in terms of sea surface temperatures and atmospheric pressure gradients, which is more accurate than explaining them as divine judgment. But the psychological function is similar, to make the incomprehensible comprehensible, and to restore a sense of order and understanding to chaotic events. The storm also reminds us about the power of community in recovery. The immediate aftermath saw people helping each other, sharing resources, and working together to clear debris and repair damage. This spontaneous cooperation wasn't organised by government or mandated by authority. It emerged naturally from people recognising their mutual vulnerability and mutual dependence. This pattern appears in virtually every disaster, ancient or modern. When catastrophe strips away the normal social structures and economic systems, people tend to cooperate rather than compete. The popular image of disaster survivors descending into chaos and violence is largely myth. The reality is usually mutual aid and solidarity. The Great Storm of 1703 demonstrated this, and every disaster since has confirmed it. There's something deeply optimistic in this pattern. It suggests that beneath all our divisions and differences, humans retain a fundamental capacity for empathy and cooperation. When things are really bad, when survival is uncertain and the normal rules don't apply, people tend to help each other. This capacity for mutual aid might be one of humanity's most important survival traits. The storm's legacy also includes all the stories that have been passed down through generations. The grandmother who survived by hiding in a stone cellar, the sailor who was washed overboard but managed to grab floating debris and was rescued at dawn, the village that lost its church but rebuilt it stronger. These stories become part of family histories, local traditions, and the narrative fabric of communities. These oral histories serve important functions. They preserve memory, they transmit lessons, and they connect generations. They remind people that their ancestors faced catastrophes and survived, which provides perspective during current difficulties. When your own world feels like it's falling apart, knowing that your great-great-great-grandparents survived the Great Storm of 1703 can be genuinely comforting. As weather patterns become more extreme due to climate change, the Great Storm takes on new relevance as a historical benchmark. It reminds us that even without human-caused climate change, nature is capable of producing extreme events. It provides a calibration point. If storms like this were possible in the Little Ice Age, what might be possible in a warming world? This isn't to minimise climate change or suggest that extreme weather is nothing new. Rather, it's to acknowledge that we're not starting from a baseline of calm, predictable weather. Earth's climate has always produced extremes, and human civilization has always had to contend with nature's capacity for violence. Climate change is making this worse, potentially much worse, but the underlying vulnerability was always there. The Great Storm of 1703 stands as a testament to both human vulnerability and human resilience. It showed how quickly the comfortable, familiar world can be torn apart by natural forces, but it also showed how people respond, with courage, with mutual aid, and with determination to understand what happened and to rebuild better than before. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the wind that blew through England on that November night in 1703. It started as disturbances in the atmosphere over the Atlantic, subtle differences in temperature and pressure that gradually amplified into something monstrous. It travelled thousands of miles across the ocean, gathering strength until it struck a small island with unprecedented fury. The wind itself was just air in motion, molecules responding to physical laws with no consciousness or intent. Yet the people who experienced it described it in almost personal terms, as if the wind had will, had purpose, had rage. This is how humans make sense of forces beyond our control, by anthropomorphizing them, by creating narratives that turn natural processes into stories we can understand. That wind is gone now, its energy long since dissipated, its molecules scattered across the atmosphere and cycled through countless other weather systems over the past 3 centuries. But its effects ripple forward through time. The buildings that were redesigned because of it still stand, incorporating lessons learned on that terrible night. The maritime safety procedures it inspired still protect sailors. The systematic approach to disaster investigation that Defoe pioneered still guides how we respond to catastrophes. The people who experienced the storm are gone too, of course. The last survivor died sometime in the late 1700s, and with them died the immediate memory of that night. But they left records, stories, and descriptions that allow us to reconstruct their experience. Daniel Defoe's investigation preserved hundreds of accounts that would otherwise have been lost. Parish records documented the deaths. Insurance claims recorded the property damage. Letters and diaries captured personal reactions. These records allow us to touch, across 3 centuries, the experience of people who face something overwhelming and terrifying. We can read their words, follow their logic, and share their fear and grief and eventual determination. History isn't just dates and facts. It's the accumulated experience of countless individuals, preserved in fragments that we can piece together into something like understanding. If you visited southern England today, you could still find traces of the Great Storm if you knew where to look. There are ancient trees whose trunks show damage from 1703 and limbs that were torn away and never quite grew back properly. There are buildings that incorporate salvaged timbers from structures destroyed in the storm. There are graveyards where unusual clusters of burials from November and December 1703 tell silent stories of loss. The storm has become part of the landscape's deep history, part of the accumulated memory that makes a place what it is. Every location has these layers, events that shaped the land and the people, that influenced how communities developed, that left marks both physical and cultural that persist long after the events themselves have faded from living memory. And somewhere in the Atlantic right now, air is moving, pressure systems are forming, and weather is being made. The same physical processes that created the Great Storm of 1703 are still operating. The same equations govern how storms form and intensify. The same ocean that bred that ancient tempest still breeds modern ones, and still occasionally produces conditions that create extraordinary violence. We're better prepared now than people were in 1703. We have warning systems, sturdy buildings, and weather forecasts that can predict storms days in advance. But we're not invulnerable. Nature still has the capacity to surprise us, to produce events at the edge of probability that exceed our preparations and assumptions. This is both sobering and, in a strange way, exciting. It means the world retains its capacity to astonish us, to remind us that for all our knowledge and technology, we remain part of natural systems that operate on scales beyond our control. We're passengers on a planet spinning through space, protected by a thin layer of atmosphere that sometimes moves in ways that can tear our civilization apart. But we're passengers with memory, with records, with the accumulated wisdom of generations who faced disasters and learned from them. The Great Storm of 1703 is part of that accumulated wisdom, a reminder of what's possible, a lesson in vulnerability and resilience, and a story that connects us to people long dead who faced their darkest night with whatever courage they could muster. As you sleep tonight, safe in a building that incorporates 3 centuries of improved understanding of wind resistance and structural engineering, you're benefiting from lessons that were purchased with great suffering in 1703. Every secure roof beam, every well-anchored foundation, every building code and safety regulation, they all rest on the accumulated experience of people who faced disasters and said, "Never again, or at least not like this." Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing human story of learning from catastrophe, of building better after disaster, of facing an indifferent universe with determination and ingenuity. The wind that blew in 1703 is gone, but the lessons it taught remain, woven into the fabric of how we build, how we prepare, and how we understand our place in the natural world. And tomorrow, when you check the weather forecast, a routine action that would have seemed like magic to someone in 1703, remember that you're benefiting from centuries of careful observation that began in part with people trying to understand the incomprehensible storm that struck on a November night 300 years ago. The great storm of 1703 is over, but its legacy continues. It lives in our buildings, our institutions, our scientific understanding, and our cultural memory. It reminds us that history isn't just about kings and wars and political events. It's also about ordinary people facing extraordinary circumstances, about human vulnerability and resilience, and about the ongoing conversation between human civilization and the natural forces that shaped the planet long before we arrived, and will continue long after we're gone. Sweet dreams, and may your sleep be as peaceful as that November night was violent. The storm has passed, the wind has settled, and morning always comes, even after the longest, darkest night. Imagine, if you will, the world in the year 1346. Not the world as you might picture it from history books, all mud and misery, but the actual living, breathing medieval world that people loved and complained about and took completely for granted, just as you do with your own time. European cities in the mid-14th century smelled like a combination of baking bread, horse manure, wood smoke, and the particular mustiness of too many people living in too small a space without proper plumbing. The smell wasn't necessarily unpleasant to people who'd never known anything different. It was simply the smell of life, as familiar and unremarkable as the scent of your own home is to you now. Picture a typical morning in Florence, which was then one of the wealthiest cities in Christendom. The day would begin before dawn with church bells, dozens of them, each with its own voice, creating a bronze symphony that told people when to wake, when to pray, when to work, and when to rest. If you'd asked a Florentine to imagine a world without those bells, they would have looked at you as strangely as you'd look at someone who asked you to imagine a world without electricity. The streets filled early with craftspeople opening their shops. Imagine the textile workers in their wool-scented workshops, fingers moving with the kind of automatic precision that comes from doing the same task since childhood. The bakers were pulling loaves from stone ovens that had been heating since before sunrise. The merchants were unrolling their ledgers, calculating profits in Roman numerals because Arabic numerals were still suspiciously foreign and mathematical. Medieval cities had a particular kind of energy, dense, intimate and communal, in ways that modern urban life has largely forgotten. You couldn't walk down a street without knowing most of the people you passed. The baker knew your family's bread preferences. The cloth merchant knew which colours you favoured. Privacy, as we understand it, barely existed. Life happened in public, in workshops open to the street, in communal wells where people gathered for water and gossip, and in churches where the entire community assembled multiple times daily. This closeness created a society that felt both supportive and suffocating, depending on your temperament. If you fell ill, your neighbours would know immediately and bring soup. If you made a social misstep, your neighbours would know immediately and remember forever. It was the kind of community that modern people claim to miss, while simultaneously doing everything possible to avoid actually living in one. The medieval economy functioned through networks of personal relationships that spanned continents. Italian merchants maintained trading posts in Constantinople and Alexandria. German bankers had branches in London and Paris. Chinese silk arrived in Venice through a chain of traders that stretched across the entire width of Asia, each link in the chain knowing only the traders immediately before and after them, yet the whole system functioning with remarkable efficiency. In the countryside, life followed rhythms that hadn't changed significantly in 1,000 years. Peasants worked. Land their ancestors had worked, using tools their grandfathers had used, planting crops according to wisdom passed down through so many generations that no one remembered who first figured out that beans and wheat shouldn't be planted in the same field 2 years running. The agricultural year was a cycle of planting and harvest, feast and famine, work and festival, as predictable and reassuring as the seasons themselves. Spring meant ploughing, summer meant weeding and praying for rain, but not too much rain. Autumn meant harvest and the collective anxiety about whether you'd stored enough food to survive winter. Winter meant huddling near fires, mending tools and telling stories. People's lives were short by modern standards. Reaching 40 was an achievement worth celebrating, but they weren't uniformly miserable. Medieval people fell in love, told jokes, threw parties, got annoyed by their relatives, took pride in their work, and generally experienced the full range of human emotion. They didn't sit around moping about not having smartphones or antibiotics, because those things hadn't been invented yet, just as you presumably don't mope about not having whatever miraculous technology people in the year 2525 will consider essential. Religious faith permeated everything in ways that modern secular societies struggle to comprehend. God wasn't an abstract theological concept, but a daily presence, as real and relevant as the weather. Saints interceded in everyday problems. Demons caused misfortune. Angels watched over travellers. Heaven and hell weren't distant metaphysical destinations, but places your deceased relatives currently inhabited, as real as London or Paris. This didn't mean everyone was constantly pious. Medieval people were perfectly capable of swearing, sinning, and generally ignoring religious teachings when convenient. But it meant that the universe made sense within a coherent framework. Everything happened for a reason, even if that reason was God's mysterious plan or demonic temptation. Random chance, as we understand it, didn't really exist. The medieval world system connected 3 continents through trade routes that had existed for millennia. The Silk Road wasn't a single road, but a network of paths threading through deserts and mountains, connecting China to the Mediterranean. Maritime routes linked the Indian Ocean, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf. European ships plied the Mediterranean and the Atlantic coasts. Goods moved slowly but steadily, each caravan and ship carrying not just merchandise but also ideas, technologies, and, though no one yet realised it, diseases. In Central Asia, the Mongol Empire was slowly fragmenting after centuries of relative stability. Mongol rule had been brutal in its establishment, but generally peaceful in its maintenance, which facilitated trade across previously impassable boundaries. You could travel from Beijing to the Mediterranean without crossing a major border, provided you had the right papers and paid the right bribes. This interconnected world created prosperity on a scale medieval Europe hadn't experienced since the Roman Empire. Cities grew, universities flourished, Gothic cathedrals reached toward heaven with engineering that still impresses modern architects. Banking and insurance developed to facilitate long-distance trade. People could borrow money in Florence and repay it in London through letters of credit, which was essentially medieval finance capitalism without computers. But this interconnectedness came with a price that no one anticipated. The same trade routes that carried silk and spices and silver would soon carry something else, something that travelled invisibly, lodged in the fur of rats and the bodies of fleas, patient and deadly and completely indifferent to human prosperity. In the spring of 1347, most Europeans had never heard of a place called Kaffa, a Genoese trading post on the Black Sea in what's now Crimea. They would soon learn about it, though not in any way they would have chosen. The siege of Kaffa in 1346 must have seemed, to the Genoese merchants trapped inside, like just another episode in the endless cycle of warfare that characterised medieval international relations. The Mongol army outside their walls was merely the latest military inconvenience, in a region where military inconveniences were as common as Mediterranean thunderstorms. Then something strange happened. The Mongol soldiers started dying. Not from siege-related causes, not from infected wounds or contaminated water, or the normal attrition that accompanies military campaigns. They were dying from something that came on suddenly, that turned their lymph nodes into swollen blackish masses, and that brought fever and delirium and death within days. The Mongol commanders, watching their army dissolve not through enemy action, but through invisible attack, made a decision that would echo through history. They used catapults to hurl the corpses of plague victims over Kaffa's walls. Whether this medieval biological warfare actually transmitted the disease, historians debate this, is almost beside the point. The plague was already inside Kaffa, brought by the same trade caravans that brought prosperity. The Genoese merchants and sailors found themselves trapped between a dying army outside and a dying city inside. So they did what medieval merchants did when things went badly. They got in their ships and sailed home. Picture these ships leaving Kaffa in the autumn of 1347. Genoese galleys were beautiful vessels in their way, sleek, fast, powered by both sail and oar, and designed for the peculiar conditions of Mediterranean trade, where speed mattered more than cargo capacity. They were built from Italian timber, caulked with pitch from who knows where, sailed by crews from a dozen different ports, and carrying goods from 3 continents. The sailors on these ships didn't feel sick when they departed. That's the insidious thing about bubonic plague. It has an incubation period. You can carry it for days, feeling perfectly fine, going about your business, and only later do the symptoms appear. These sailors left Kaffa thinking they'd escaped catastrophe, unaware that they were bringing it with them. The journey from the Black Sea to Italy normally took several weeks, depending on weather and wind. Imagine being on one of these ships as the first sailor fell ill. Perhaps he complained of feeling tired and feverish. Nothing unusual. Sailors got sick all the time from bad food, contaminated water, or any of the 100 minor ailments that plagued pre-modern travellers. His shipmates probably told him to rest, drink some water, and stop complaining. Then the fever spiked. Then the buboes appeared. Those characteristic swellings in the lymph nodes of the groin, armpits and neck, darkening to purple-black as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Then delirium, then death, often within 3 days of the first symptoms. Now imagine being the ship's captain, watching your crew die one by one, knowing that something terrible has come aboard, but having no understanding of what it is or how to stop it. Medieval medicine understood illness through the theory of humours, imbalances of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. This didn't fit any recognisable pattern. The speed, the symptoms, the mortality rate. Nothing in the medieval medical toolkit prepared anyone for this. Some ships probably tried to turn back, but where would they go? Kaffa was dead or dying. Other Black Sea ports were no better, and so they continued west, leaving a trail of dead sailors floating in the Mediterranean, wrapped in canvas shrouds with whatever rocks could be found for ballast. The first of these plague ships reached Sicily in October 1347. Messina, a prosperous port city on the island's northeastern tip, welcomed them with the hospitality traditionally extended to Italian merchants. Within days, Messina was dying. The authorities responded with what would become a familiar pattern: panic, denial, scapegoating, and eventually desperate measures that proved useless against an enemy no one understood. The city expelled the Genoese ships, which sailed north to other ports, spreading the disease with each landing. It was like trying to stop a fire by throwing burning embers in every direction. By November, the plague had reached Marseille on the southern coast of France. By December, it was in Pisa and Genoa. By January 1348, it had arrived in Venice, perhaps the wealthiest and most sophisticated city in Europe, and proceeded to demonstrate that wealth and sophistication offered no protection whatsoever. The plague travelled faster than news of the plague. Medieval communication moved at the speed of horses and ships, which meant word of catastrophe arrived days or weeks after the catastrophe itself. Imagine being a merchant in Barcelona, hearing vague rumours about a disease in Italy, maybe worrying a little, and then one day noticing that your neighbour seems unwell, and then within a week half your neighbourhood is dead, and you're wondering where this came from, having no idea that the answer was a ship from Genoa that docked 3 weeks ago. The disease spread through multiple routes simultaneously. Overland trade routes carried it north through Italy into France and Germany. Ships carried it to every port in the Mediterranean, and then out into the Atlantic, reaching England by June 1348 and Scandinavia by 1349. It moved like water, finding every crack in a foundation, following the established channels of human commerce and settlement. Different regions experienced different timelines, but the pattern was consistent. Arrival, denial, panic, mass death, and finally a strange quiet as there weren't enough people left to maintain normal activity. Cities that had hummed with commercial energy fell silent except for the sounds of the dying and the bells tolling for the dead, assuming there were still people healthy enough to ring them. The plague travelled inland along rivers and roads, spread by refugees fleeing infected cities who carried the disease to previously untouched areas. Merchants, pilgrims, soldiers, beggars, anyone who travelled became a potential vector for transmission. The very mobility that had created medieval prosperity now ensured medieval catastrophe. In some ways, the disease's journey mirrored the structure of medieval society itself. It struck hardest in cities, where density made transmission easy. It followed trade routes, which meant commercial centres suffered first and worst. It ravaged the poor, who lived in cramped conditions with poor nutrition and no ability to flee, but it also killed the wealthy, demonstrating the disease's essential democracy. By the end of 1348, roughly a year after those first ships left Kaffa, the plague had spread across most of Europe. It would continue spreading for several more years, reaching into Russia, penetrating to the furthest inhabited regions of Europe, and establishing itself as a recurring nightmare that would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But in that first wave, in 1347 to 1353, it achieved something unprecedented in human history. It reduced the population of Europe by somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2. 30 to 50% of all Europeans alive in 1347 were dead by 1353. To put this in perspective, World War I, probably the most catastrophic event in modern European history, killed about 2 to 3% of Europe's population. The Black Death killed 20 times that proportion. It was as if every third person you knew, family members, friends, colleagues, neighbours, simply disappeared within a few years. And it happened quietly. Not with the drama of war or natural disaster, but with a kind of inevitable progression that made resistance seem futile. City by city, region by region, the world fell silent. There's a peculiar stillness that comes to places that have suddenly lost most of their people. Not the comfortable quiet of evening, or the peaceful silence of snowfall, but an empty, abandoned quality that makes even small sounds seem wrong, like coughing in a cathedral during prayer. This is the quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 and 1349, and if you could travel back to experience it, which mercifully you cannot, it would unsettle you in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent. Your modern mind, accustomed to the background hum of human activity, would register the wrongness immediately, even if you couldn't articulate exactly what felt off. Picture a village in rural England in the autumn of 1348. 6 months earlier, it might have held 300 people. Now perhaps 100 remain, and many of those are too weak or traumatised to work. The fields that should have been harvested stand unharvested, grain rotting on the stalk because there aren't enough hands to bring it in. The mill wheel turns slowly or not at all. The blacksmith's forge sits cold because the blacksmith died, and no one has claimed his tools. Church bells still ring, but less frequently now, partly because there are fewer people to ring them, and partly because people have stopped keeping track of time with quite the same diligence. When death can come in 3 days, the difference between morning and afternoon seems less pressing. Survivors move through their days with a kind of numb automaticity, doing what needs to be done without quite believing in the purpose of any of it. The silence extended beyond individual communities to entire regional networks. Trade routes that had hummed with activity fell quiet as merchants died or stopped travelling. Markets that had met weekly now couldn't gather enough participants. Roads went unrepaired because the officials responsible were dead, and no one had clear authority to organise maintenance. Bridges collapsed. Irrigation systems broke down. The infrastructure of daily life required constant human attention, and suddenly that attention was in drastically short supply. In cities, the quiet had a different quality. Urban life depends on population density, on having enough people to support specialisation. You need enough customers to keep a baker in business, enough sick people to keep a physician employed, and enough students to justify a school. When population drops suddenly by 40 or 50%, these systems collapse like a tower losing its foundation stones. Imagine walking through Florence in late 1348. Normally the streets would be nearly impassable with traffic. People, carts, and animals all competing for limited space in medieval thoroughfares designed for a smaller population and no vehicles. Now you could walk down main streets without encountering anyone. Shops stood shuttered, their owners dead and no heirs to claim the premises. Grand houses sat empty. Their wealthy owners had fled to country estates or were simply dead. Weeds grew in courtyards that had been meticulously maintained just months earlier. The smell changed too. Without enough people to maintain municipal services, cities began to rot in ways both literal and metaphorical. Garbage piled up, drainage systems clogged. Bodies, in the worst months, sometimes lay where they'd fallen because there weren't enough healthy people to maintain burial routines. Medieval cities had never been particularly sanitary by modern standards, but they'd had working systems for managing waste and maintaining basic cleanliness. Those systems broke down in 1348. Agricultural rhythms, which had continued basically unchanged for centuries, suddenly became impossible to maintain. Spring planting happened late or not at all. Summer weeding went undone. The autumn harvest was makeshift at best. In some regions, fields that had been cultivated since the Roman occupation reverted to forest within a generation, because there simply weren't enough people to keep working them. Animals presented their own strange problems. Farm animals that depended on human care began to die or turn feral. Horses wandered roads without riders. Cattle broke through unmended fences to graze wherever they pleased. Pigs rooted through villages, eating garden vegetables and getting into stored grain. In some areas, wildlife populations exploded as human pressure decreased, and domestic animals provided easy prey for wolves and bears. The sounds that did remain took on new significance. In the daytime, you might hear wind moving through empty buildings, shutters banging loose, and roof tiles crashing down from unmaintained roofs. At night, the sounds of animals, both domestic and wild, filled spaces usually dominated by human activity. Owls nested in abandoned attics. Rats, thriving on unguarded stores, scratched and squeaked through walls. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological. Medieval people had understood their world as fundamentally orderly, despite its hardships. God had created a hierarchy: nobles above peasants, humans above animals, and the living above the dead. Everything had its place. The plague demonstrated that this order was an illusion, that death could come to anyone regardless of rank or righteousness, and that prayers and priests offered no reliable protection. This realization produced what we might now call a collective trauma. Survivors struggled with what modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, difficulty sleeping, sudden fears, and inability to plan for the future. Why save money when you might be dead next week? Why apprentice to learn a trade that requires years of training? Why get married and have children who will probably die? The plague also created a strange inversion of normal economic relationships. Suddenly, labour was scarce and land was abundant, the exact opposite of the usual medieval situation. Peasants who survived found themselves in demand, able to negotiate better terms with landlords who needed workers. This would have political consequences that took decades to fully emerge. But even in 1348 to 1349, astute observers could see that the fundamental balance between labour and capital had shifted. Artistic and intellectual life contracted dramatically. Painters and poets died alongside everyone else, and the survivors had more pressing concerns than beauty or wisdom. Universities closed, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. Manuscripts that would have been copied and preserved were lost when scriptoria fell silent. Knowledge accumulated over generations disappeared simply because the people who held it died before passing it on. Religious institutions faced particular challenges. Priests and monks, because they provided care to the dying and administered last rites, died at higher rates than the general population. This created a clergy shortage that lasted for generations and arguably weakened the church's intellectual and moral authority just when people needed it most. The plague years saw an influx of poorly educated, hastily trained priests, filling positions left vacant by death, which had long-term implications for religious life. The silence that settled over Europe in these years wasn't peaceful. It was the quiet of abandonment, of systems shutting down, of normalcy suspended indefinitely. It was the sound a house makes when everyone has left and isn't coming back. That particular quality of stillness that feels temporary but might be permanent. And in that quiet, something unexpected began to happen. Not immediately. The survivors were too shocked, too traumatized, and too focused on simple survival. But gradually, as people adjusted to a world that had fundamentally changed, they began to imagine different ways of organizing society, different relationships between workers and employers, and different questions about the nature of God and human existence. The great quiet that followed the Black Death was not an ending but an intermission, a pause before the world rearranged itself into new patterns that would eventually produce what historians call the Renaissance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to understand how people responded to catastrophe when it was actually happening. Medieval people weren't stupid, whatever stereotypes might suggest. They were intelligent, observant, and capable of sophisticated reasoning within the frameworks available to them. When the plague arrived, they tried everything they could think of to understand and combat it. That most of these efforts proved useless doesn't diminish the genuine intelligence and courage they represented. The first response, naturally, was medical. Physicians in the 14th century were learned men, and they were almost exclusively men, who had studied at universities, read classical texts, and understood illness through theories inherited from ancient Greece and Rome. These theories emphasized the importance of balance among bodily humours, the influence of planetary alignments, and the role of miasmas, corrupt air, in spreading disease. This framework wasn't entirely wrong. The emphasis on bad air actually captured something true. The plague did spread through environmental conditions, just not in the way medieval physicians thought. Their recommendations to avoid bad smells, improve sanitation, and escape crowded cities probably did help reduce transmission, even though their understanding of why was completely incorrect. Physicians recommended bloodletting to balance humours, which definitely didn't help and probably killed people already weakened by disease. They prescribed theriac, a complex mixture of dozens of ingredients including opium and viper flesh, which was essentially medieval snake oil, expensive, elaborate, and therapeutically useless. They advised patients to avoid bathing, which prevented the body from absorbing bad air through open pores, which was exactly wrong but made sense within their theoretical framework. Some physicians fled, abandoning their patients in cities and taking refuge in country estates where they hoped the disease wouldn't follow. This was understandable. They had no effective treatments, and staying meant certain death, but it further weakened social structures at exactly the moment when leadership was most needed. Others stayed and died, providing futile care, motivated by professional duty or religious faith, or simple human compassion. These physicians deserve recognition not for their medical efficacy, but for their courage in facing an enemy they didn't understand and couldn't defeat. Surgeons, who occupied a lower social position than physicians but had more hands-on experience with bodies, sometimes attempted to lance buboes, which occasionally prevented death by releasing pressure and infection. This probably saved a few lives purely by accident, though the surgeons had no way of knowing which patients would benefit and which would die anyway. Public health measures were improvised with varying degrees of success. Some cities appointed health boards with authority to enforce quarantines, dispose of bodies, and implement sanitation measures. Venice pioneered the quarantine system, requiring ships to wait 40 days before unloading, which is where we get the word quarantine, from the Italian 40 giorni, 40 giorni. These measures probably helped slow transmission without stopping it entirely. The problem was that no one understood how the disease actually spread. Medieval people noticed that it seemed contagious, but couldn't agree on the mechanism. Some thought it passed through air. Others believed it came from sight, that looking at a plague victim could infect you. Still others thought it spread through objects touched by the sick. All of these theories had some truth, but none were completely accurate, which made it impossible to develop truly effective countermeasures. It was like trying to solve an equation when you don't know what numbers are. Religious responses varied widely. The Church's official position emphasized prayer, penance, and accepting God's will. Plague was understood as divine punishment for sin, which meant the solution was spiritual reform. This made sense within medieval Christian theology, and probably provided genuine comfort to believers who needed to understand their suffering within a moral framework. Mass processions wound through cities, featuring penitents praying for divine mercy. In some regions, flagellants appeared, groups of lay people who whipped themselves publicly to atone for humanity's sins, believing that if they suffered enough, God would end the plague. Church authorities generally disapproved of flagellants, seeing them as theologically suspect and socially disruptive, but couldn't stop the movement during the crisis years. Scapegoating emerged as a darker response. When people needed someone to blame for incomprehensible catastrophe, they often turned on minority communities, particularly Jews. The logic was medieval, but the psychology was timeless. Something terrible has happened. Someone must be responsible, and let's blame people who are already marginalized and different. Pogroms swept through Europe, especially in Germany, where entire Jewish communities were murdered by Christians convinced that Jews had poisoned wells or deliberately spread disease. Some authorities tried to protect Jewish populations, recognizing the accusations as false. But mob violence is difficult to stop once started. It was humanity at its worst, fear and anger directed at innocent victims. Economic responses revealed how suddenly the basic rules of society had changed. Landlords accustomed to an abundance of cheap labour now competed for scarce workers. Peasants who had previously accepted poverty as divinely ordained suddenly demanded higher wages and better conditions. Prices for agricultural goods rose while prices for luxury goods fell. You can't eat silk or wear wheat. Governments tried to enforce pre-plague economic relationships through law. England's Statute of Labourers in 1351 attempted to freeze wages at pre-plague levels, forbidding workers from demanding more money despite the changed circumstances. It was economic policy based on wishful thinking, attempting to legislate away supply and demand, and it worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say not at all. Some people responded to catastrophe with what we might call existential hedonism. If death could come at any moment, why not enjoy life while you can? Contemporary sources describe increased gambling, drinking, sexual license, and general disregard for traditional morality. This scandalized religious authorities, but was probably a psychologically understandable response to trauma and uncertainty. Others became more religious, not less, interpreting the plague as a call to deeper faith rather than evidence of God's absence. New religious movements emerged, emphasizing personal piety, mystical experience, and direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. These movements would later contribute to religious reforms that reshaped Christianity. Artistic responses captured something of the period's psychological state. The dance of death motif became popular, showing skeleton figures leading people from all social classes to the grave. It was memento mori art taken to extremes, a visual reminder that death comes to everyone regardless of wealth or status. These images have a macabre charm now, but they represented genuine attempts to process collective trauma through aesthetic expression. Literature began to grapple with plague themes, not immediately, but in the years following the worst outbreaks. Boccaccio's Decameron, written in the early 1350s, frames its stories as entertainment for a group of young Florentines who have fled the city to escape the plague. The stories themselves mostly avoid plague themes, but the frame narrative captures the period's atmosphere of fear and the need for distraction from horror. What's striking about all these responses, medical, religious, economic and cultural, is their fundamental ineffectiveness against the disease itself. Nothing worked. Prayers didn't stop it. Medicine couldn't cure it. Running away only spread it further. Killing Jews certainly didn't help, and added moral catastrophe to physical catastrophe. The plague burned through Europe essentially unchecked until it ran out of susceptible hosts, achieved some kind of biological equilibrium, or disappeared for reasons no one understood then, and historians still debate now. Humans were spectators to their own catastrophe, trying everything they could think of and discovering that nothing made any difference. This helplessness had profound psychological and philosophical implications. If human wisdom couldn't prevent disaster, if God didn't protect the faithful, if social hierarchies offered no safety, what did anything mean? These questions wouldn't be fully articulated for decades, but they began fermenting in the minds of survivors who had watched their world collapse despite everyone's best efforts. The most effective human response was probably the simplest. Communities that cared for each other, shared resources, maintained basic functions, and helped the sick die with dignity. These efforts didn't stop the plague, but they preserved some measure of humanity during inhumane circumstances. They were small acts of decency in the face of overwhelming catastrophe, and they mattered. The Black Death wasn't a European phenomenon. It was a Eurasian catastrophe that killed millions across 3 continents, though we know far less about its impact outside Europe, because European sources are more abundant. Understanding the plague's global reach helps us see it not just as a medical event, but as a fundamental disruption of the medieval world system. In China, the plague had likely been endemic for centuries in remote provinces, maintained in rodent populations without causing major human outbreaks. But something changed in the early 14th century, possibly environmental shifts, possibly human disturbance of ecosystems, possibly just bad luck, and the disease spread into human populations with devastating effect. The Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongol conquests, was already showing signs of strain by the 1330s. Plague added to existing problems of corruption, natural disasters, and ethnic tensions between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects. Population estimates are uncertain and contentious, but China's population probably declined by millions between 1330 and 1370, with plague as one of several contributing factors. The collapse of the Yuan dynasty in 1368 and the establishment of the Ming dynasty happened against this backdrop of demographic catastrophe. The new rulers faced the challenge of governing a depopulated empire, reorganising agricultural production and rebuilding infrastructure. Their success in these efforts helped establish the Ming as one of China's most successful dynasties, though the population wouldn't fully recover to pre-plague levels for at least a century. The Middle East experienced the plague with particular severity. Egypt, which depended on a sophisticated irrigation system for agriculture, saw that system begin to break down as plague killed the workers who maintained it. Contemporary chronicles describe scenes similar to those in Europe: mass death, social disruption, and economic collapse. The Mamluk Sultanate, which controlled Egypt and Syria, never fully recovered from the plague's demographic impact. Its military power, based on importing slave soldiers from Central Asia, weakened as plague disrupted those supply routes. Its economic prosperity, based on controlling east-west trade, diminished as that trade contracted in the plague's aftermath. In Persia and Mesopotamia, cities that had been major trade centres suffered population collapses that permanently altered regional power balances. Baghdad, which had already been devastated by Mongol conquest in 1258, experienced further decline during the plague years. The intricate irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued deteriorating, never to fully recover. India's experience with the plague is poorly documented, but appears to have been somewhat less severe than in Europe or the Middle East. This might reflect better healthcare infrastructure, different climatic conditions, or simply different patterns of human settlement that made transmission more difficult. Or it might reflect gaps in historical records rather than actual differences in mortality. North Africa, integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, experienced mortality comparable to southern Europe. This had long-term consequences for trans-Saharan trade, for relationships between nomadic and settled populations, and for Islamic civilization more broadly. The great medieval Islamic synthesis of Greek philosophy, Persian wisdom, and Arabic scholarship had already passed its peak before the plague. Afterward, intellectual life contracted further. Sub-Saharan Africa's experience remains largely unknown due to limited written records. The plague probably didn't penetrate far beyond North African coastal regions, but trade disruptions rippled through commercial networks that connected the Mediterranean to gold-producing regions farther south. The medieval African empires that had prospered from trans-Saharan trade faced challenges that may have been partly plague-related, though other factors were certainly involved. In Central Asia, where the plague likely originated before spreading to Europe and East Asia, nomadic populations experienced mortality that's difficult to estimate, but was probably substantial. The Mongol successor, states that had emerged from Genghis Khan's empire, were already competing for resources and territory. Plague weakened all of them further and accelerated political fragmentation. The Golden Horde, which controlled the western steppes, suffered particularly severe impacts. Its economy, based on controlling trade between Europe and Asia, collapsed as that trade contracted. Its military power, dependent on mobilizing large numbers of nomadic warriors, diminished as population declined. By the late 14th century, it had fragmented into competing khanates, setting the stage for Muscovy's eventual expansion. Russia's experience illustrated how plague affected societies with different structures from Western Europe. Russian principalities, more rural and dispersed than Western European cities, may have experienced somewhat lower mortality rates. But trade cities like Novgorod and Moscow suffered severely, and the political consolidation that eventually produced the Russian Empire happened partly in response to plague-era disruptions. Scandinavia, at Europe's northern periphery, experienced the plague later than Mediterranean regions, but with comparable severity. Norse expansion, which had been ongoing for centuries, essentially stopped. Iceland, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands experienced population collapses that permanently altered their societies. The Norse colony in Greenland, already struggling with climate change, disappeared entirely, probably finished off by plague combined with isolation. What's striking about the plague's global impact is how it affected societies very differently, depending on their existing structures. Highly urbanized, commercially connected regions suffered most, because those characteristics facilitated transmission. More dispersed, rural societies experienced lower mortality, but still face severe disruptions to trade and administration. The plague also demonstrated the degree to which the medieval world was interconnected. A disease that originated somewhere in Central Asia spread to Western Europe, North Africa, and East Asia within a few years. This wasn't an accident, but a consequence of the trade networks, imperial systems, and population movements that characterized the medieval world system. This interconnectedness would only increase in subsequent centuries making it possible for diseases, ideas, technologies and people to move around the world with increasing speed. The Black Death was perhaps the first truly global catastrophe, affecting multiple continents simultaneously. It wouldn't be the last. The immediate aftermath saw a contraction of these global networks. Trade decreased. Travel became more dangerous and less frequent. The cosmopolitan world of the early 14th century gave way to a more isolated, localized 14th century world. This trend would eventually reverse, but it took generations. Different societies interpreted and remembered the plague differently. Europeans understood it primarily in religious terms, as divine punishment requiring a spiritual response. Middle Eastern sources also emphasized religious interpretation, but with more practical focus on public health measures derived from Islamic legal traditions. Chinese sources treated it as one of several concurrent disasters, famine, flood, political chaos, that collectively explained dynastic transition. These different interpretations reflected different cultural frameworks, but they all shared a common thread, the recognition that the world had fundamentally changed. The plague was not just an epidemic, but a watershed moment that divided history into before and after. People who lived through it understood instinctively that they were experiencing something that would reshape human civilization. The plague didn't end suddenly. It faded gradually, like a storm that passes over the horizon rather than stopping all at once. By 1353 the worst was over in most of Europe, though local outbreaks continued for decades, and the disease would return periodically for the next 4 centuries. But survivors began the slow, difficult process of rebuilding a world that had been shattered. Imagine being a survivor in 1355, perhaps 7 or 8 years after the plague first arrived in your region. Enough time has passed that the initial shock has worn off, but not enough that you've forgotten what was lost. You're perhaps in your 30s, which makes you middle-aged by medieval standards, but young enough to rebuild. The question is, what kind of world do you want to build? The first challenge was purely practical. Fields needed planting, buildings needed repair, trade routes needed re-establishing. Life's basic functions had to resume before anyone could think about larger questions. Survivors threw themselves into this work with a kind of manic energy, partly from necessity, partly from the psychological need to do something, anything after years of helpless watching. Agricultural recovery happened faster in some regions than others. Areas with good land and surviving populations rebounded relatively quickly. Marginal land that had been cultivated during the population boom of the 12th and 13th centuries was simply abandoned, reverting to forest or pasture. This wasn't necessarily bad. It meant the remaining population could focus on the best land, actually improving agricultural productivity per capita even as total production declined. The labour shortage that had begun during the plague years became a permanent feature of the post-plague economy. Workers, understanding their newfound bargaining power, demanded and often received better wages, shorter hours, and improved conditions. Landowners who couldn't attract workers had to offer tenancy agreements that were far more favourable to peasants than the exploitative arrangements common before the plague. This shift occurred despite vigorous opposition from traditional authorities. Legislation attempted to freeze wages and restrict worker mobility, but economic reality proved stronger than law. You can pass all the wage controls you want, but if there aren't enough workers to harvest the crops, you either pay what the market demands or watch your grain rot in the fields. The social implications rippled outward. Peasants who had always accepted their subordinate position began questioning why God's supposed hierarchy placed them at the bottom. If nobles couldn't protect them from plague, what justified noble privileges? If the church's prayers hadn't stopped the disease, why should priests receive tithes and deference? These questions wouldn't immediately produce revolution, but they planted seeds of doubt that would flower in subsequent generations. The Peasants' Revolt in England in 1381, though it failed, demonstrated that traditional hierarchies were no longer simply accepted as natural and inevitable. The The social contract had been renegotiated through catastrophe. Urban revival took different forms than rural recovery. Some cities rebounded quickly, their commercial advantages proving more important than population loss. Others never recovered their pre-plague prosperity. Their former vitality transferred to rival cities better positioned for post-plague economic realities. What's fascinating is how quickly human ingenuity adapted to new circumstances. Faced with labour shortages, people developed labour-saving technologies. Watermills and windmills, which had existed before the plague, proliferated afterward. Mechanical devices for textile production became more common. It was as if losing so many people forced the survivors to think more carefully about efficiency and productivity. Trade networks, which had contracted during the plague years, gradually re-established themselves, but with altered patterns. Some trade routes that had been primary before the plague became secondary. New commercial centres emerged while old ones declined. Venice and Genoa remained important, but cities like Amsterdam began their rise to prominence, positioning themselves to dominate commerce in ways that would fully emerge in subsequent centuries. Banking and finance evolved to meet changed circumstances. The great banking families, the Medicis, the Fuggers, and others, built fortunes by adapting financial techniques to post-plague economic realities. Credit became more sophisticated. Insurance developed to manage the risks of long-distance trade in a still dangerous world. The tools of capitalism, which had been emerging before the plague, accelerated their development afterward. Cultural and intellectual life recovered with surprising vigour. The generation that came of age after the worst outbreak seemed determined to celebrate life, beauty, and human achievement. The Italian Renaissance, which had been stirring before the plague, accelerated afterward. Artists began painting with new realism and emotional depth. Architects designed buildings that emphasized human proportion and classical ideals. Writers explored secular themes with an enthusiasm that would have seemed somewhat suspect in more pious times. This cultural flowering wasn't a rejection of religion. Medieval people remained deeply religious, but it represented a rebalancing, a determination to celebrate earthly life alongside preparing for the afterlife. It was as if, having seen how quickly life could end, people wanted to make the most of it while they had it. Education rebounded as survivors recognized that knowledge lost during the plague needed to be preserved and transmitted. Universities that had closed reopened. New universities were founded. The printing press, invented in the mid-15th century, made books affordable and accelerated the spread of learning in ways that would have been impossible in a purely manuscript culture. The psychological recovery took longer than the economic or cultural recovery. Survivors carried trauma that expressed itself in subtle ways. Popular culture became somewhat darker, more preoccupied with death and judgment. The cheerful optimism of the 13th century gave way to a more sober, sometimes cynical 14th and 15th century sensibility. But humans are remarkably resilient. Within a generation, children were being born who had no memory of the plague years. To them, the post-plague world was simply the world, not a recovery from catastrophe. They took for granted conditions that their grandparents would have found revolutionary: higher wages, more mobility, and greater social fluidity. Religious life underwent complex transformations. The institutional church emerged weakened from the plague years, its moral authority questioned, its practical effectiveness doubted. This didn't mean people became less religious, but it did mean they became more willing to question church teachings and seek alternative forms of religious expression. Mysticism flourished as people sought direct experience of the divine without institutional mediation. New religious orders emphasized poverty, simplicity, and service to the poor, partly in reaction to the wealth and corruption that had made the church seem ineffective during the plague. These movements would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, though that was still more than a century away. Women's lives changed in complex ways. The labour shortage created opportunities for women to work in occupations previously closed to them. Widows, who were numerous after the plague, sometimes inherited property and businesses, giving them economic independence rare in medieval society. This didn't produce anything like gender equality by modern standards, but it did crack open possibilities that hadn't existed before. Family structures evolved as well. With so many deaths, the extended family networks that had characterized medieval life became fragmented. Nuclear families, parents and children, became more central to social organization. This shift, like so many plague-era changes, wouldn't reach full expression for centuries, but it began in the decades following the catastrophe. The return of life wasn't a return to what had been before. It was the emergence of something new, built on plague-era ruins but oriented toward different futures. Survivors and their children were creating the late medieval world that would eventually transition into the early modern world, and they were doing so in ways shaped fundamentally by their experience of catastrophe. By 1400, about 50 years after the worst of the plague, Europe had stabilised at a new lower population level. Life was materially better for many survivors. They ate more meat, lived in less crowded conditions, and had more negotiating power with employers and landlords. But the psychological scars remained, visible in art, literature, and popular culture that couldn't quite forget what had been lost. As you sit here now, centuries removed from the Black Death, sipping your tea and enjoying the security of modern medicine, you might wonder what possible relevance a medieval pandemic could have to your life. The answer, it turns out, is more than you might think. The world you inhabit was shaped in fundamental ways by the plague and its aftermath. Not directly, you're not living with bubonic plague, but indirectly, through chains of causation that stretch across centuries. Let me trace some of these connections, and you'll see how that 14th century catastrophe still echoes in the 21st century. Start with something basic, your economic expectations. The idea that workers deserve fair wages, that labour has value that must be respected, and that you can negotiate with employers from a position of relative strength. These concepts have deep roots in the post-plague labour shortage. Before the Black Death, labour was abundant and cheap. Afterward, it was scarce and valuable, which fundamentally altered the relationship between workers and employers. This shift didn't happen overnight or without resistance, but it began a process that eventually produced modern labour rights, minimum wage laws, and the expectation that work should provide a decent standard of living. The direct line from the 14th century to your paycheck isn't obvious, but it exists. The medical legacy is more visible. The plague forced medieval societies to develop public health institutions, hospitals, quarantine systems, and health boards, with authority to enforce measures during epidemics. These institutions evolved over centuries into the public health infrastructure you now take for granted. When you get vaccinated, when restaurants undergo health inspections, and when disease outbreaks are tracked and contained, you're benefiting from systems whose roots trace back to plague-era innovations. Modern epidemiology, the science of how diseases spread through populations, emerged directly from attempts to understand the plague. Early epidemiologists in the 16th and 17th centuries studied plague patterns, trying to discern rules governing transmission. Their work laid the groundwork for the scientific study of infectious disease that eventually produced vaccines, antibiotics, and the medical revolution that makes your life expectancy roughly twice what a medieval person could expect. The cultural legacy is subtler, but equally profound. The Renaissance, which transformed European art, literature, philosophy, and science, happened partly because the plague disrupted traditional authority structures and created space for new thinking. When you visit an art museum and admire Renaissance paintings, you're looking at work created in a post-plague world by artists who thought differently about humanity, beauty, and knowledge because the catastrophe had shaken traditional certainties. The printing press, invented about a century after the plague's first wave, succeeded partly because post-plague Europe was ready for new technologies that could preserve and spread knowledge more efficiently than manuscript culture. The knowledge economy that eventually produced the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, and the modern world you inhabit required technologies for sharing information. The plague created conditions that made people receptive to such technologies. Political transformations in the wake of the plague contributed to the development of nation-states, centralized governments, and eventually democratic institutions. The feudal system, already showing strain before the plague, collapsed afterward as labour shortages and social mobility undermined traditional hierarchies. The absolute monarchies that replaced feudalism eventually gave way to constitutional governments and democracies, but the process began with plague-era disruptions. Religious transformations matter too. The Protestant Reformation, which split Christianity and redefined the relationship between individuals and religious institutions, happened partly because the plague had weakened the Catholic Church's authority and encouraged people to seek direct religious experience. The religious pluralism you now enjoy, the separation of church and state, and the idea that individuals should follow their own conscience. These concepts have roots in post-plague religious ferment. Even something as abstract as the concept of progress reflects plague influence. Medieval people generally thought the world was in decline, falling away from a golden age. The catastrophe of the plague seemed to confirm this pessimism. But the subsequent recovery, the material improvements in survivors' lives, and the cultural flowering of the Renaissance, all of this suggested that maybe things could get better, that human effort could improve circumstances. This idea that the future might be better than the past, that human ingenuity can solve problems, that progress is possible, became a foundational assumption of modern Western culture. It's so deeply embedded in your worldview that you probably don't even notice it, but it would have been alien to people before the plague demonstrated that societies could survive catastrophe and emerge transformed. The Black Death also provides perspective on more recent events. The COVID-19 pandemic, which you lived through, killed millions worldwide and disrupted life in ways that seemed unprecedented. But compared to the Black Death, which killed perhaps half the population and disrupted every aspect of society for generations, COVID was almost mild. This isn't to minimise COVID's impact. Every death matters, every disruption causes suffering, but to recognise that humanity has survived worse and rebuilt. The resilience that carried medieval people through the plague years is the same resilience that helps you navigate contemporary challenges. The plague also offers lessons about how societies respond to crisis. The scapegoating of Jews during the Black Death parallels modern tendencies to blame minority groups for problems they didn't cause. The spread of misinformation about the plague's origins and cures resembles contemporary struggles with medical misinformation. The tension between individual liberty and public health, measures that you saw during COVID, echoed similar tensions during historical plague outbreaks. Medieval people faced these dilemmas without benefit of scientific knowledge or democratic institutions, which makes their struggles simultaneously more tragic and more instructive. They did the best they could with what they knew, which is all anyone can do. Recognizing this connects you to those long-dead ancestors, making their experiences feel less remote. The environmental legacy deserves mention too. The post-plague population decline meant forests regrew, wildlife populations recovered, and human pressure on ecosystems decreased. This wasn't planned conservation, it was an accidental consequence of demographic catastrophe. But it demonstrated that human impact on the environment could be reversed. The forests you enjoy today in Europe partly descend from trees that grew back after plague-era agricultural contraction. Demographically, the plague's impact lasted for centuries. Europe's population didn't fully recover to pre-plague levels until the 16th century, and in some regions it took even longer. This prolonged depression of population numbers meant that when European expansion accelerated in the age of exploration, it happened with populations still recovering from medieval catastrophe. The wealth concentration that occurred during the plague years, with survivors inheriting from multiple deceased relatives, helped finance the expensive voyages of exploration that eventually connected all human populations and created the globalized world you inhabit. Columbus's voyage was financed partly by wealth accumulated in the aftermath of demographic catastrophe. Thinking about the plague also offers philosophical perspective. Those medieval people who died thought their concerns were monumentally important. Political disputes, business dealings, and personal grievances all seemed vitally significant. Then plague arrived and demonstrated that from a cosmic perspective, human concerns are fragile and temporary. This isn't depressing so much as liberating. If medieval people's seemingly all-important problems now seem quaint and irrelevant, probably your current anxieties will seem equally trivial in a few centuries. This doesn't mean nothing matters, but it does suggest that maintaining perspective about what truly matters, relationships, experiences, human connection, is valuable. The plague reminds us that catastrophe is possible, that the world can change in ways we can't predict or control, and that security is always provisional. But it also reminds us that humans are remarkably resilient, that societies can rebuild after even the worst disasters, and that life persists and often finds new forms more adapted to changed circumstances. Medieval people didn't know they were living through the transition from the medieval to the early modern world. They just knew their world had changed, and they had to adapt. You're living through your own historical transition, toward what no one knows yet, and you're adapting too, using the same basic human capacities that carried people through the plague years. As you prepare to drift into sleep, let your mind rest on this final thought. The Black Death, for all its horror, was not an ending but a transformation. It destroyed a world, yes, but in doing so, it created space for new ways of thinking, living and organising society. The medieval world that existed before the plague was already showing strains. Population had been growing for centuries, pressing against the limits of agricultural technology. Social hierarchies had calcified into forms that seemed increasingly arbitrary and unjust. The church had accumulated wealth and power that sat uneasily with its spiritual mission. Trade networks had grown complex but fragile. The plague shattered these structures not through intention, but through indifference. Disease doesn't care about social hierarchies or economic systems. It simply spreads, kills, and moves on. This very indifference made it an equal opportunity catastrophe that affected everyone regardless of status. What emerged from the ruins was a world that, while still unjust and difficult by modern standards, was materially better for many survivors. They worked less, ate better, and had more choices about their lives. The plague had inadvertently redistributed wealth, shifted power balances, and created opportunities that hadn't existed before. This doesn't justify the catastrophe. Millions of deaths can't be justified by any subsequent improvements. But it does illustrate how historical change often emerges from the unexpected places, how catastrophe can inadvertently produce transformation that deliberate reform couldn't achieve. The survivors who rebuilt medieval Europe weren't heroes or villains, just people trying to make the best of terrible circumstances. They grieved their losses, adapted to new realities, and gradually constructed a world that worked differently than the one they'd lost. Their pragmatism and resilience deserve recognition. The quiet that settled over Europe in 1348 to 1349 was the sound of a world ending. But endings contain beginnings. In the emptied villages and silent cities, in the abandoned fields and shuttered workshops, new possibilities were germinating. It would take generations for those possibilities to fully emerge, but they were there, waiting. As you close your eyes tonight, safe in your bed with modern medicine protecting you from the diseases that terrified medieval people, remember that your security is built on foundations laid by those who survived the unsurvivable. Their struggles created the world you inherited. Their resilience echoes in your ability to face contemporary challenges. The Black Death teaches that catastrophe is survivable, that humans adapt, and that life finds a way forward even through the darkest circumstances. Medieval people couldn't have imagined your world any more than you can imagine the world your descendants will inhabit in 2525. But the human capacities that carried them through their catastrophe, resilience, creativity, hope, and determination, are the same capacities you possess. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a human story that has survived plagues, wars, famines, and countless other catastrophes. This same spirit that rebuilt Europe after the Black Death lives in you, ready to face whatever challenges your own time presents. The great quiet that followed the plague eventually gave way to new voices, new ideas, and new ways of being human. Your quiet tonight is not a catastrophe but rest, the peaceful silence that precedes tomorrow's possibilities. And in that silence, across the centuries, you might almost hear the echoes of those medieval survivors going about their lives, rebuilding their world, choosing hope over despair, and proving that even the worst disasters cannot permanently defeat human resilience. Sweet dreams. You've been looking forward to this Thanksgiving for weeks now, though you'd never admit it out loud. In Cedar Mills, Massachusetts, anticipation shows itself quietly. In the extra polish you give the good silver. In the way you've checked your pantry 3 times to make sure you have enough butter and flour. November 1942 carries a particular weight this year, with so many boys overseas and the war making itself felt in 1,000 small absences. But Thanksgiving remains, stubborn and necessary as always. Your kitchen smells like cinnamon and possibility. You've been up since before dawn, not because the turkey demands it, that won't go in the oven until tomorrow morning, but because sleep lately comes in fits and starts, interrupted by thoughts of your nephew somewhere in the Pacific and your sister's boy training in England. The radio brings news you'd rather not hear most evenings, so you've taken to turning it off after dinner and finding comfort in more tangible things. Pie dough, for instance. The satisfaction of flour and shortening becoming something entirely new under your fingertips. The kitchen window framed a view of Maple Street in its late autumn undress. Most of the leaves have fallen, leaving the neighbourhood trees looking exposed and somehow dignified in their bareness. Mrs. Kowalski across the street has already hung her pine wreath. She always jumps straight from Halloween to Christmas, skipping Thanksgiving entirely in her decorating enthusiasm. You've learned not to judge. Everyone finds their own way through these uncertain times. Your preparation spanned 3 days, really, though calling it preparation makes it sound more organised than it actually feels. You've been collecting ingredients slowly, working within the ration books, and trading favours with neighbours. Mrs. Patterson down at number 47 needed help with her Victory Garden clean-up, so you spent a Saturday afternoon pulling up the last of her tomato plants, and she repaid you with a precious pound of sugar from her extra allocation. The Hendersons gave you their butter ration for the month in exchange for watching their daughter while they visited his mother in Rhode Island. This is how things work now. A careful economy of needs and offerings, with nobody keeping strict accounts because that would feel too much like the transaction it is. The turkey came from Johnson's farm 6 miles outside town. You took the bus out there last Tuesday, walking the final mile along a road where frost made the grass crunch pleasantly underfoot. Johnson himself showed you 3 birds, letting you choose, treating the selection with the seriousness it deserved. You picked the middle-sized one, not the largest. That felt greedy somehow, and not the smallest, which seemed too sad for a proper holiday. Johnson wrapped it in butcher paper with twine, the way things were wrapped before the war, before everything became scarce and careful. Tomorrow you'll host 7 people, maybe 8 if your brother can get away from the mill. The dining table, which usually sits against the wall looking decorative and slightly lonely, has already been pulled to the centre of the room. You've polished it until the walnut grain seems to glow from within. The good china, your mother's set, the one she received as a wedding gift in 1911, waits in the hutch, each piece carefully examined for chips or cracks. The gravy boat has a tiny flaw near the handle, practically invisible, that you've been aware of for 20 years. Sometimes you run your thumb over it while serving, a private acknowledgement of all the meals this set has witnessed. Your neighbour's daughter, Betty, stopped by this afternoon to show you her first attempt at pumpkin pie. She's 17, newly married to a boy who left for basic training 2 days after the ceremony, and she'd been crying in her kitchen when you found her staring at a collapsed pie crust. You didn't mention the tears, just rolled up your sleeves and showed her how to work the dough with a gentler hand. how the secret to flaky crust lies in keeping everything cold and not overthinking it. By the time she left, she had 2 respectable pies, and you had the satisfaction of having been useful in a small but definite way. The light outside has gone golden the way it does in late November, that particular slant that makes everything look both beautiful and temporary. You've set the good linen napkins soaking in the sink with a handful of borax to brighten them. The white damask tablecloth, which spends most of its life folded in tissue paper, hangs over the back of a chair waiting to be pressed. Your iron heat's on the stove and you've cleared the kitchen table to serve as a pressing board. Threading through all these preparations runs an undercurrent of something you can't quite name. Gratitude, certainly. You're intensely aware of how lucky you are to have a house with heat, food to serve and people to gather. But there's also a kind of defiance in it. A determination to mark this day properly despite everything. Maybe because of everything. The world feels precarious enough without abandoning the rituals that make you feel human. You've been listening to the weather reports with half an ear all week. The forecast keeps mentioning a storm system moving in from the northwest, but weather predictions always sound ominous. Significant snowfall possible, they said on Tuesday, which could mean anything from a dusting to something more serious. You've lived in Massachusetts long enough to know that November snow is nothing unusual, and besides, you have a turkey to roast and pies to bake. Nature will do what she does, and you'll do what you do. Mrs. Chen from the grocery store cornered you yesterday afternoon while you were buying celery, and she spent 10 minutes expressing her concerns about the weather. Mrs. Chen is the worrying type. She worries about late deliveries, about her son in the army, about whether her husband remembers to wear his scarf, about everything really. So you nodded sympathetically while trying to calculate whether you had enough onions at home or needed to buy more. You bought more just to be safe. Running out of onions on Thanksgiving would be its own small tragedy. The house feels particularly cosy this evening, with the kitchen warmed by your baking and the living room radiator hissing companionably in the corner. You've already made 2 pies, apple and mincemeat, and they cool on the counter beneath clean dish towels, filling the air with cinnamon and clove. Tomorrow you'll make the pumpkin pie and the dinner rolls, timing everything so the turkey can have the oven to itself during the critical hours. You've done this enough times that the logistics feel almost automatic, though you still wrote yourself a schedule on the back of an envelope just to be certain. Your brother plans to bring sweet potatoes from his victory garden, and your sister-in-law promised her famous cranberry sauce, which is really just cranberry sauce like everyone else's, but tastes better because she serves it in her mother's cut glass bowl. These small distinctions matter. They're the difference between a meal and a celebration, between getting through the day and marking it as something worth remembering. The evening settles in with the kind of stillness that makes you notice small sounds. The clock ticking in the hallway, the house creaking as temperatures drop outside, and the distant whistle of the last train heading south. You've laid out your church clothes for tomorrow morning's service, which starts at 9 o'clock sharp. Reverend Matthews always keeps the Thanksgiving service brief and sincere, understanding that everyone has turkeys to tend and families to welcome. You check the pantry one more time, running through your mental list. Flour, check. Butter, check. Eggs, check. Bread for stuffing, slightly stale exactly as it should be. Everything is ready. Everything is prepared. You've done what you can do. The rest is timing and attention and a bit of luck. Outside, the temperature has dropped noticeably since this afternoon. When you step onto the back porch to check the milk box, the milkman delivered late today, the cold hits your face like something solid. The sky looks heavy somehow, clouds moving in where this morning there was clear autumn blue. You can smell the change in the air, that particular mineral scent that precedes snow. Maybe Mrs. Chen wasn't just being her usual anxious self after all. Back inside, you lock the door and draw the blackout curtains, a habit so ingrained now that you barely think about it. The war feels very far away and simultaneously very close, a paradox you've stopped trying to resolve. You settle into your chair with a cup of tea and the newspaper, though you've already read it twice. The crossword is half finished. You'll save the rest for tomorrow, something to occupy your hands while the turkey roasts. You wake at 5:30 on Thanksgiving morning, which is earlier than you planned but not surprising. Your body has its own ideas about important days. The house is cold. The furnace always struggles on the coldest mornings, and you wrap yourself in your robe and shuffle to the window before your brain is fully awake. What you see makes you stop completely. One hand on the curtain, breath catching in your throat. Snow. Not the light dusting you might have expected, not a respectable inch or two, but snow that has transformed the entire visible world into something from a different season entirely. Maple Street has disappeared under what looks like 6 inches already, and it's still coming down. Thick, determined flakes falling so densely, you can barely see the Kowalski house across the way. Your first thought is the turkey. Your second thought is the turkey. Your third thought is how you'll get 7 people here through this mess. And your fourth thought circles back to the turkey again. You've been planning this meal for weeks, negotiating rations and trading favours, and now nature has decided to throw its own plans into the mix. The kitchen thermometer confirms what your body already knows. It's 28 degrees, and the forecast tacked to your refrigerator with a magnet suddenly seems laughably inadequate. Possible snow showers, it said. This isn't possible snow showers. This is a full winter storm making itself comfortable in late November, settling in like an uninvited guest who has no intention of leaving any time soon. You turn on the radio while starting the coffee, needing information more than you need the usual Thanksgiving morning music programming. The announcer's voice sounds almost gleeful with the drama of it all. An unexpected storm system has stalled over central Massachusetts, bringing heavy snowfall throughout the region. Accumulations of 12 to 18 inches are expected by this evening. Residents are advised to stay home if possible. Stay home. As if you weren't already home. As if you hadn't spent 3 days preparing for a meal that now seems suddenly complicated by weather. The turkey sits in the refrigerator, stubbornly present and impossible to ignore. 22 pounds of obligation that won't cook itself. The telephone rings at 6:15, startling you badly enough that you splash coffee on the counter. It's your sister, her voice tight with frustration. Have you looked outside? Charlie says the roads are impossible. The mill closed. They never close. I don't think we can make it. You tell her you understand, because you do, and that you'll save them plates, because you will, and that the important thing is everyone's safety. All of this is true. It's also true that you feel a sharp prick of disappointment that you won't acknowledge, even to yourself. 7 people has suddenly become 4, maybe 3 if your brother can't get through either. The snow keeps falling. You watch it while drinking your coffee, mesmerised by the sheer quantity of it. The street lamp on the corner, which usually turns off at dawn, remains lit, its glow creating a cone of swirling white that looks almost festive. Mrs. Kowalski's pine wreath has become a white circle on her red door. The cars parked along the street are becoming shapeless humps, their identities slowly erased by accumulated snow. Your practical side reasserts itself. You have a turkey. You have heat and electricity, for now at least. You have ingredients and time and a perfectly good kitchen. The meal will happen, even if it's smaller than you planned. You've adapted to worse things in the past 2 years than a change in guest count. The turkey goes into the oven at 7 o'clock exactly as scheduled. You've stuffed it with bread and onions and celery and sage, the way your mother taught you, the way her mother taught her. The ritual of preparation feels grounding. Your hands know what to do even when your mind is spinning through revised logistics. Baste every 30 minutes. Tent with foil if it browns too quickly. Check the internal temperature. These are certainties in an uncertain morning. By 8 o'clock the snow shows no signs of stopping. You're supposed to be at church in an hour, but that now seems like a plan from a different lifetime. The turkey smells wonderful at least. That warm, savoury scent of roasting meat and herbs that means Thanksgiving regardless of weather or circumstances. You make yourself another cup of coffee and start peeling potatoes, because what else is there to do? The telephone rings again at 8:30. Your brother this time, apologetic but firm. The roads are completely snowed in. We can't even get the car out of the driveway. I'm sorry, sis. We'll make it up to you. You tell him it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it at all. Your voice sounds convincing even to yourself. When you hang up, you stand looking at the dining table, set for 7, polished and perfect, decorated with the nice china and the good napkins, and feel something shift inside you. Not quite disappointment anymore. Something closer to acceptance with a touch of bemused humour. You've prepared a feast for an audience that can't arrive. You're putting on a performance for an empty theatre. The storm intensifies around 9 o'clock, right when you should be sitting in a church pew singing hymns. Instead, you're basting the turkey and watching the wind drive snow against the kitchen window in horizontal sheets. The whole world has narrowed to your house, your street, and this immediate and suddenly intimate space. Everything beyond your front yard has become theoretical. Betty knocks on your back door at 9:30, appearing out of the whiteness like a snow-dusted ghost. She's wearing her husband's oversized coat and boots, and her face is red with cold and exertion. "I walked over," she announces unnecessarily. "Couldn't stand being alone in that house on Thanksgiving watching the snow and thinking about Jim." Her voice cracks slightly on her husband's name. You pull her inside, help her out of the wet coat and sit her down with hot coffee. And suddenly your Thanksgiving has 2 guests instead of 0, which changes everything. You have someone to cook for, someone to talk to, and someone to share the strange intimacy of being snowed in on a holiday. The dining table set for 7 now feels less sad and more hopeful, as if those empty chairs are just waiting for a different year. The radio continues its coverage of the storm, which has apparently caught everyone by surprise. Train service suspended, roads impassable throughout the county. Emergency crews are struggling to keep up. You listen while putting the sweet potatoes into roast. Your brother's sweet potatoes that he grew in his victory garden and brought over yesterday, before the world turned white and impossible. At least they'll get eaten. Betty helps you make the cranberry sauce, following the recipe her mother-in-law sent in a letter. Cranberries, sugar, orange zest, and a splash of water. You work side by side in comfortable near silence, the kind of quiet that comes from shared purpose rather than lack of things to say. The cranberries pop and soften, transforming from hard, bitter berries into something ruby-coloured and tart sweet. Small magic, the kind that happens in kitchens everywhere. By 10 o'clock, the snow has accumulated to what you estimate is at least 10 inches, with no signs of stopping. The world beyond your windows has become a moving curtain of white, hypnotic in its relentlessness. You've stopped checking the forecast because clearly the forecast is useless. Nature is writing her own story today, and you're all just living in it. The turkey emerges from the oven at noon, golden and perfect, its skin crackling with the kind of deeply satisfying brownness that only comes from careful attention. You've tented it under foil to rest, the way proper turkey protocol demands, and the kitchen smells so intensely of Thanksgiving that it almost aches. All this food for 2 people. It would be absurd if it weren't also somehow exactly right. Betty sets the table while you make the gravy, both of you moving around the kitchen in a dance you've improvised on the spot but feels almost choreographed. She tells you about Jim, about how they met at a church social, and about their 3-day honeymoon at Cape Cod before he left. You tell her about your nephew, about the letters that arrive irregularly, and about how you've stopped watching the newsreels at the cinema because they make your chest feel tight. This isn't the Thanksgiving you planned, but it's becoming the Thanksgiving you're having. There's something freeing in that distinction. The mashed potatoes turn out perfectly, creamy and buttery despite the ration restrictions, because you've learned to make a little butter go a long way with the help of hot milk and plenty of beating. The sweet potatoes emerge from the oven caramelised and sweet. The rolls, which you made from dough you started yesterday, rise beautifully, their tops turning the exact shade of golden brown that makes bread look like a promise. You carry dish after dish to the dining table, which suddenly seems less empty despite all the vacant chairs. You've decided to leave it set for 7, a kind of hopeful acknowledgement of the people who would be here if they could. Their absence feels less like loss and more like postponement, a celebration delayed but not cancelled. The cranberry sauce gleams in its bowl, the stuffing steams when you spoon it into its serving dish. The turkey takes the place of honour at the head of the table, and for a moment you both just stand there looking at it all. A Thanksgiving feast prepared with care and served to an audience of 2 in a town that has been frozen in place by an unexpected storm. It's ridiculous and beautiful at the same time. You say a brief grace before eating, thanking God for food and shelter and safety, for Betty's company, and for all the people who aren't here but are thought of anyway. Betty adds her own quiet thanks for Jim's safety, wherever he is, and you notice she touches the simple wedding band on her finger as she says it. The meal itself is delicious, which feels like a small triumph. The turkey is moist and flavourful, the gravy has just the right consistency, and the rolls are exactly as bread should be. You eat slowly, savouring not just the food, but the strangeness of the whole situation. Outside, the storm continues its patient work of burying the world. Inside, you have warmth and plenty and unexpected companionship. Betty laughs suddenly. A real laugh, not the polite kind, when she tries to take another roll and realises she's already too full. "I'll be eating turkey sandwiches for a week," she says, and you laugh too because you're thinking the same thing. A 22-pound turkey for 2 people might be the definition of optimism. You're clearing the dessert plates when someone knocks on the front door. Solid, determined knocks that make you both look at each other in surprise. Who would be out in this weather? You open the door to find Mr. Patterson from down the street, snow-covered and slightly sheepish, holding a shovel. "Saw your lights on," he says, breath-making clouds in the cold air. "Been making sure the elderly folks on the street are all right. Mrs. Chen's furnace went out. We got it working again, but she's nervous about staying alone. She mentioned you might have extra food, and just like that, your Thanksgiving expands again." Mrs. Chen arrives 20 minutes later, escorted by Mr. Patterson through snow that's now easily a foot deep. She brings her appetite and her gratitude and her tendency to worry, which suddenly seems more endearing than annoying. You set another place at the table, heat up more food, and watch Mrs. Chen's face transform when she sees the spread you've laid out. The afternoon unfolds in a way you never could have planned. Mr. Patterson returns with old Mr. Johnson from 2 houses over, who's been widowed since April and was planning to spend the day alone. Then the Hendersons appear, having walked over from their place because their daughter was asking about you and they figured they might as well check if you needed anything. Each arrival brings more snow inside, more voices, more laughter, and more life into your warm house while the storm does its work outside. Your carefully planned dinner for 7 becomes an impromptu gathering for 8. Then 9, then 10. The turkey, which seemed absurdly large at noon, begins to make sense. You heat up more rolls, make more gravy, and slice more pies. Your kitchen becomes a warm hub of activity, people moving through it to help or to make coffee, or just to stand near the heat of the stove and watch the snow fall. The dining room fills with conversations that overlap and interweave. Mr. Johnson tells stories about Thanksgiving's past, back when his wife was alive and his children were small. Mrs. Chen describes traditional Chinese New Year feasts, making connections between your holidays that you'd never considered before. The Henderson girl, who's 7 and deeply impressed by the snow, makes everyone laugh by asking if the storm means it's Christmas now. Betty gravitates toward Mrs. Chen, and you watch them talk quietly in the corner. 2 women missing husbands, finding comfort in shared experience. Mr. Patterson helps you slice more turkey, his movements practiced from years of carving his own holiday birds. The Hendersons manage the small miracle of keeping their energetic daughter entertained in your living room, building elaborate structures with the throw pillows. This isn't the Thanksgiving you planned. It's messier, more chaotic, and completely unexpected. It's also more alive than anything you could have organised. Your house, which you keep so carefully neat most of the time, has become filled with the comfortable disorder of actual life happening. Coats piled on the bed, boots dripping by the door, and voices and laughter spilling from room to room. You catch yourself smiling, really smiling, while watching Mr. Johnson teach the Henderson girl some old song about a pumpkin. The war hasn't gone anywhere. Your nephew is still overseas. Everything that worried you this morning is still worth worrying about. But right now, in this moment, in this house full of neighbours who became friends, who became something like family, you feel genuinely happy. The snow continues to fall, steady and implacable, adding inch after inch to the accumulation outside. But inside, you're warm and fed and surrounded by people who chose to be here despite, or perhaps because of, the impossibility of the weather. You serve pies with coffee, and everyone insists they're too full but somehow manages to eat a slice anyway. The apple pie in particular disappears quickly, helped along by Mr. Patterson's enthusiasm for your crust recipe. By mid-afternoon, the snow has achieved a kind of hypnotic monotony. It simply keeps coming, steady and patient, like it has all the time in the world and no interest in being anywhere else. The accumulation outside your window has reached levels you've rarely seen, 15, maybe 16 inches, with drifts significantly deeper where the wind has pushed it against buildings and cars. Cedar Mills has become a snow globe, shaken and set down to settle in its own time. The peculiar thing about heavy snow is how it changes sound. The world becomes muffled, distant, as if someone has wrapped the entire town in cotton wool. You notice it when you step onto the back porch to check the thermometer, 24 degrees and holding steady. But the usual sounds of the neighbourhood have vanished. No cars, no distant train whistles. Even the birds have gone quiet, presumably tucked into whatever shelter they could find. Just the soft whisper of falling snow and your own breathing. Mrs. Chen has taken over your kitchen radio, tuning it to different stations trying to find updates. What she finds is mostly the same information repeated with slight variations. The storm is unprecedented for this time of year. Emergency services are struggling, and everyone should stay inside. One announcer mentions with audible excitement that this might be the heaviest November snowfall since 1898. Mrs. Chen looks at you with raised eyebrows, as if the historical significance makes the current situation somehow better. The gathering in your living room has settled into a comfortable rhythm. People have stopped apologising for being here and stopped asking if they're imposing. Mr. Johnson has fallen asleep in your armchair, his hands folded over his stomach, looking peaceful in a way that makes your heart squeeze slightly. The Henderson girl is teaching Betty a complicated hand-clapping game, both of them laughing when they mess up the pattern. Mr. Henderson has found your husband's old pipe. You forgot you even kept it, and sits holding it unlit, just for the comfort of the familiar shape. You've been thinking about your husband more today than you have in months. He died in the spring of 41, just before everything changed, before the war made its way to your doorstep in the form of ration books and air raid drills. He would have liked this. The unexpected company, the gentle chaos, the way your organised Thanksgiving transformed into something messier and more real. He always said you were too rigid in your planning, that the best moments come from accidents. You're beginning to think he might have been right. The light outside is starting to change, that imperceptible shift from afternoon to early evening. The snow has slowed slightly, not stopping, but easing from its earlier relentless pace. You can actually see individual flakes now, instead of just an undifferentiated curtain of white. The street lamp on the corner is switched on, creating that same cone of illuminated snowfall that you watched this morning. It feels like you've lived an entire week in one day. Betty finds you in the kitchen, where you've escaped under the pretense of making more coffee. "Thank you," she says quietly, "for today, for letting me come over, for all of this." She gestures vaguely at the house, the gathering, and the whole improbable situation. You tell her she's welcome, because she is, but also that she saved your Thanksgiving as much as you saved hers. Being alone in that perfectly prepared dining room would have been its own small tragedy. Having her here made everything else possible. The Henderson girl appears in the doorway, her face serious with the kind of profound question only 7-year-olds ask. Will the snow ever stop, she wants to know. You tell her yes, of course it will, probably by tomorrow morning. But privately you're not entirely sure. This storm has its own logic, its own timeline. It'll stop when it's ready and not a moment before. Mr. Patterson has organised an expedition to check on a few more neighbours, specifically the Kowalskis and old Mrs. Barnes, who lives alone at the end of the street. You loan him extra scarves and mittens and watch him bundle up like he's heading to the Arctic instead of just 3 houses down. He returns 30 minutes later, reporting that everyone is fine, well stocked, and mostly amused by the whole situation. Mrs. Barnes sent back a loaf of bread she'd baked this morning, before the snow got serious, and it's still slightly warm. You slice the bread and serve it with butter, real butter from your Thanksgiving supply, and watch it disappear in minutes. People who claim to be completely full somehow find room for warm bread with butter. It's one of life's small mysteries, right up there with how you always find room for dessert no matter how stuffed you are from dinner. The radio announces that the storm is expected to continue through the evening but should taper off overnight. The official accumulation total is now 18 to 22 inches, which makes this the third largest November snowstorm in recorded state history. Mrs. Chen looks vindicated by this news, as if her earlier worrying has been justified by the storm's impressive statistics. Mr. Johnson, newly awake from his nap, simply grunts and says he's seen worse, though he can't quite remember when. You've moved beyond thinking about the logistics of everyone getting home. That's a problem for tomorrow, for a world with ploughed streets and functioning transportation. Right now, you're existing in this strange suspended time where normal rules don't quite apply. You have enough food for several more meals, the furnace is working, you have blankets and space and a full pantry. If people need to stay the night, well, you'll figure it out. The evening settles in with that particular coziness that only comes from being warm and safe while weather does its worst outside. You've turned on every lamp in the house, creating pools of soft yellow light that make the rooms feel like illustrations from a storybook. The Henderson girl has convinced Betty and Mrs. Chen to play cards with her, though the rules of the game seem to be evolving continuously. Mr. Johnson and Mr. Patterson have discovered a shared interest in woodworking, and are deep in conversation about dovetail joints and the proper way to sharpen chisels. You find yourself moving through your house touching familiar objects, the ceramic bowl on the hallway table, the frame photograph of your mother, the door frame your husband once rehung when it started to stick. Your space has been transformed by the company from something private into something communal, and you're surprised to discover you don't mind. In fact, you more than don't mind, you're grateful for it. The snow creates patterns on the windows, intricate frost crystals that catch the lamplight and throw tiny rainbows. The Henderson girl presses her nose against the cold glass, marvelling at the designs. You remember doing the same thing as a child, believing the frost formed pictures if you looked at them right. You almost tell her to look for the ice fairy, the way your father once told you, but then you stop yourself. She's creating her own relationship with the snow, making her own sense of this strange day. Someone suggests singing, and before you can politely demur, Mr. Johnson has launched into Over the River and Through the Woods in a surprisingly strong baritone. Others join in, voices blending and clashing in the particular harmony of people who aren't musicians but don't care. You find yourself singing too, words you learned 70 years ago coming back without effort. The Henderson girl knows only the first verse, but sings it 3 times, increasingly loudly, until everyone is laughing too much to continue. The moment crystallizes somehow. All of you in your living room, full of turkey and pie, singing old songs while a historic snowstorm buries the world outside. It's absurd and perfect at the same time. You think about taking a photograph but decide against it. Some moments exist better in memory than in any physical record. The evening deepens into something that feels almost sacred. Not in a religious sense exactly, though there's certainly reverence in it. More like the sense that you've stumbled into a moment slightly outside of normal time, a pocket of existence where the usual rules have been suspended. Cedar Mills has become a place where no one can go anywhere, do anything, or be anywhere except exactly where they are. For a world that's been moving at wartime speed for over a year, the enforced stillness feels almost radical. You've made more coffee, you've lost count of how many pots today, and someone found the good brandy you keep in the back of the cupboard for medicinal purposes. Small glasses are poured for those who want them, sipped slowly while the conversation drifts from topic to topic without urgency. The Henderson girl has finally worn herself out and lies sleeping on your sofa, covered with the afghan your mother crocheted in 1915. Her parents sit nearby, looking relaxed in a way you rarely see. Even they've stopped fighting the situation and accepted it. Mrs. Chen tells stories about growing up in San Francisco, about markets and festivals and food that sounded like magic to your New England ears. She talks about her son, who's somewhere in Italy doing something she's not allowed to know about, and her voice catches but doesn't break. Everyone in the room understands that particular strain, the loving and worrying from a distance, the not knowing that's somehow worse than knowing. Mr. Patterson contributes memories of the mill in its heyday, back in the 20s when Cedar Mills actually bustled, when 3 shifts kept the looms running 24 hours a day. He describes the sounds, the rhythmic clacking that you could hear from blocks away, the whistle that marked shift changes, and the whole town moving to the mill's industrial heartbeat. The war has brought some of that energy back, though now it's military contracts instead of civilian textiles, uniforms instead of dress fabric. Your own stories surprise you, things you haven't thought about in years surfacing in this late evening atmosphere of shared confidence. You tell them about learning to cook from your mother, about the summer you spent in Maine as a girl, and about your husband's terrible jokes that were somehow endearing because of their terribleness. You talk about your nephew, about the smart boy who loved baseball and building model airplanes, who's now somewhere in the Pacific doing whatever it is sailors do. You don't cry, but it's a near thing. The radio has moved beyond storm coverage into its regular evening programming. Someone finds a music station, and quiet jazz fills the background. Saxophone and piano creating a mood that fits the snowbound coziness perfectly. Mr. Johnson taps his foot unconsciously, keeping time with music he probably danced to 40 years ago. The room has developed its own ecosystem, its own internal logic, separate from the frozen world outside. Around 8 o'clock, Mr. Henderson makes a practical announcement. They're not going home tonight. It's too far, too dark and too dangerous with the snow still falling and no streetlights working at their end of town. You immediately offer them the guest bedroom, and before you can work out where everyone else will sleep, Mrs. Chen and Betty have declared they're staying too. The whole thing is decided in about 90 seconds, and suddenly you're running a boarding house for refugees from a Thanksgiving storm. The logistics work themselves out with surprising ease. The Hendersons take the guest room. Mrs. Chen and Betty will share your bed while you take the sofa. Mr. Johnson, who lives closest and insists he can make it, agrees to wait until morning after Mr. Patterson offers to walk with him. Mr. Patterson himself will take the armchair, which he claims is more comfortable than his bed at home anyway. The Henderson girl never wakes during these negotiations, sleeping through the entire rearrangement of her life with the profound unconcern of childhood. You distribute blankets and pillows, digging through closets to find the extras you've accumulated over the years. The house, which usually feels slightly too large for one person, suddenly seems perfectly sized for this unexpected crowd. People move through rooms claiming spaces, settling in, and making themselves comfortable with the kind of casualness that comes from necessity rather than presumption. The wind has picked up outside, driving the snow against the windows in occasional gusts that sound almost alive. But inside you're snug and warm, your furnace working overtime but managing to keep up. The house creaks and settles, the way old houses do. Familiar sounds that usually keep you company in the evening, but now form a background to human voices and movement. Betty helps you make up the bed with fresh sheets, moving through the routine like you've done this together 100 times. She's gained confidence throughout the day, you've noticed. The weepy girl from this morning has been replaced by someone steadier, someone who's discovering she's stronger than she thought. Marriage and war and unexpected snowstorms will do that. Force you to find resources you didn't know you had. Mrs. Chen insists on washing the dishes despite your protests, enlisting Mr. Patterson to dry while she washes. You can hear them in the kitchen, the comfortable sounds of domestic routine, water running, plates clinking, and occasional laughter. The Henderson girl wakes briefly, confused about where she is, then settles back to sleep when her mother explains. Everything is fine. Everything is taken care of. Just close your eyes. The house has never felt more full or more alive. Every room contains people, every corner has been claimed, and every space has been put to use. It's the opposite of the careful, controlled environment you usually maintain, and you love it. You absolutely love it. The chaos and closeness and casual intimacy of sharing your space with near strangers who've become something more than neighbours over the course of one impossible day. You make one last round before preparing for bed yourself, checking that everyone has what they need. Extra blankets? Yes. Water glasses? Yes. Enough pillows? Mostly yes, with some improvisation involving throw cushions and rolled towels. The house settles into nighttime mode, lamps switching off, conversations becoming whispers, and movement slowing to stillness. From your position on the sofa, which is actually quite comfortable once you've arranged the pillows correctly, you can hear the various sounds of a house full of sleeping people. Someone snores gently, someone else shifts position with a creak of bed springs. The Henderson girl talks in her sleep, a brief mumbled sentence about snow angels. The furnace kicks on with its familiar whoosh. Outside, the storm continues its patient work, adding inch after inch to the accumulation, but it is quieter now, winding down from earlier intensity. You lie there in the darkness, listening to the evidence of life around you, and feel something you haven't felt in the 2 years since your husband died. Not alone. The house breathes with multiple presences. Your space has been shared and divided and transformed. Tomorrow will bring the work of digging out, the logistics of return, and the slow process of life resuming its normal patterns. But tonight, right now, you're simply one person among many. All of you together in this warm space while the world outside remains frozen, white and waiting. Sleep comes easier than you expected, pulling you down into darkness while snow continues to fall, and the town remains paused, held in suspension between yesterday and tomorrow, between normal life and this strange exception to all the usual rules. Friday morning arrives with shocking brightness. You wake to light streaming through the windows with an intensity that takes a moment to understand. Sun on snow, amplifying and reflecting, turning your living room into something almost too bright to look at directly. The storm has stopped. The world is silent. And when you pull yourself up to look outside, what you see takes your breath away. Cedar Mills has been completely transformed. Every surface, every angle, every object has been smoothed and softened by snow that must measure close to 2 feet. The cars on the street are indistinguishable white mounds. The picket fences have disappeared entirely. Trees wear thick coatings that make them look like they've been dipped in white paint. And over everything, the sun shines with that particular crystalline brightness that only happens on clear days after heavy snow. Each flake catching and throwing light until the whole world sparkles. Your house comes to life slowly, people emerging from rooms looking rumpled and slightly confused, remembering where they are and why. Mrs. Chen appears first, already dressed, and heads straight for the kitchen to make coffee with the assurance of someone who's claimed that particular morning duty. The smell of brewing coffee draws others like a summons. Mr. Patterson from his armchair, Betty from the bedroom, and the Hendersons one by one as they orient themselves to this strange, bright morning. The Henderson girl presses her face against the window and releases a squeal of pure delight. "It's a snow mountain," she announces, and she's not entirely wrong. The drifts against your front porch reach nearly to the railing. The street itself is invisible under an unblemished expanse of white. No one has driven anywhere. No one has walked anywhere. Cedar Mills has become a pristine winter landscape, untouched and perfect and completely impassable. Breakfast becomes a group effort, everyone contributing something to the meal. You make pancakes from ingredients you didn't know you had enough of. Flour, eggs, milk, stretched with water, and a precious spoonful of vanilla. Mr. Patterson discovers bacon in your refrigerator, left over from last week's rationing, and cooks it with the concentration of a man performing surgery. Mrs. Chen makes tea in the particular way she prefers, strong and dark and fortifying. The Henderson girl sets the table with exaggerated care, treating each plate and fork like it matters tremendously. The meal itself is cheerful and chaotic, everyone talking over everyone else, sharing observations about the snow and the sunshine and the strange situation you've all found yourselves in. Mr. Johnson mentions that his daughter in Connecticut is probably worried sick, unable to reach him by phone. Mrs. Chen admits her grocery store will be fine without her for one day, maybe even better since she tends to micromanage. Mr. Henderson confesses he's never been so grateful to skip work in his life. After breakfast, Mr. Patterson and Mr. Henderson announce their intention to dig out, at least partially. They find your snow shovels in the garage and set to work clearing a path from your front door to the street, though what they'll do when they reach the street, which remains completely snowed in, is unclear. But the activity itself seems important, a way of asserting human agency against nature's overwhelming presence. You watch them through the window, two men in borrowed scarves attacking snow with determined strokes, breathmaking clouds in the cold air. The Henderson girl begs to go outside, and after bundling her in layers that make her look twice her actual size, her mother releases her into your backyard. You watch her discover the joy of deep snow, the way she can simply fall backward and disappear, the way each step requires effort and purpose, the way undisturbed snow offers itself as a canvas for whatever design she can imagine. She makes what might be a snow angel, or might just be random flailing, and either way it's perfect. Betty finds your radio and tunes it to a music station, and suddenly the house fills with Perry Como's voice, singing something cheerful and romantic. Mrs. Chen hums along while washing dishes. You find yourself swaying slightly while tidying the living room, returning cushions to their proper places and folding the blankets everyone used last night. The normalcy of housework combined with the strangeness of company creates an oddly pleasant dissonance. The telephone rings at noon, startling everyone. It's your sister, frantic with worry until you assure her you're fine. More than fine, really, surrounded by neighbours who've become impromptu houseguests. You hear the relief in her voice when she understands you weren't alone for Thanksgiving, that the empty places at your table somehow filled themselves. She promises to visit once the road's clear, maybe this weekend, definitely soon. More calls follow, people checking on people, making sure everyone weathered the storm safely. The telephone becomes a lifeline, proof that Cedar Mills still exists as a connected community, even though physical movement remains impossible. You learn that the mill is closed for a second day, that church services are cancelled, that the elementary school definitely won't open Monday, and that the downtown stores are all snowed in and not expecting to open until Tuesday at the earliest. The town has been forced into a collective holiday, an unplanned Sabbath of sorts. Lunch is turkey sandwiches, of course it is, with the last of the cranberry sauce and some lettuce you discover in the crisper drawer, somehow still fresh. You serve it with the bread Mrs. Barnes sent over, which has become slightly stale but toasts up beautifully. The Henderson girl declares it the best sandwich she's ever eaten, which makes everyone smile because children's enthusiasm is contagious. You're inclined to agree with her, actually. Something about eating turkey sandwiches while snowed in with a house full of people makes them taste different, better, and more significant somehow. The afternoon develops its own lazy rhythm. Mr. Johnson teaches the Henderson girl to play checkers on a set you'd forgotten you owned. Mr. Patterson and Mr. Henderson have given up on shoveling and instead built a respectable snowman in your front yard, complete with a carrot nose and stones for eyes. Mrs. Chen and Betty work on a jigsaw puzzle you find in the hall closet, 1,000 pieces depicting some idyllic farm scene that will take days to complete. You drift between activities, participating in none fully but connected to all of them. The host, who's also somehow a guest at this extended gathering. The light shifts as afternoon moves toward evening, that golden quality of late November sun on snow. You're standing at the kitchen window, watching the shadows lengthen across the white expanse of your backyard, when Betty appears at your elbow. "I should call Jim's mother," she says quietly. "Let her know I'm all right, she'll worry." But she doesn't move to do it immediately. She just stands there watching the snow with you. After a moment she adds, "Do you think this is what it's like where Jim is? The waiting and the being stuck in one place and the not knowing when things will change?" You tell her honestly that you don't know. But maybe, yes. Maybe the war is full of this kind of unexpected suspension. These stretches of time where nothing happens except the slow accumulation of days, punctuated by moments of significance. Maybe Jim is also learning to find comfort in small things. Warm food, friendly faces, and the simple fact of being safe right now, even if the future remains uncertain. She nods, accepts this, and makes her phone call. You hear her voice from the hallway, reassuring her mother-in-law, promising to come visit as soon as the road's clear. When she returns, she looks steadier somehow, more grounded in her own reality. Dinner is turkey again. You're working your way through the leftovers systematically, this time as soup. You've made it with stock boiled from the carcass, with vegetables and noodles and generous amounts of salt and pepper. It's the kind of soup that tastes like comfort distilled into liquid form. You serve it with more of Mrs. Barnes's bread, and everyone eats in appreciative silence, occasionally punctuated by compliments about your cooking that make you flush with pleasure. The evening settles in much like yesterday's, though somehow more comfortable now that everyone knows the routine. The Henderson girl is less wound up, having worn herself out with snowplay. The adults settle into familiar spots, claiming spaces they occupied last night. Conversation drifts in gentle directions, touching on childhood memories and future plans and the small details of daily life that become interesting when you can't actually live them right now. Mr. Johnson tells a story about Thanksgiving in 1923, when he and his wife were newlyweds and she'd tried to cook a turkey in an oven that wouldn't hold a proper temperature. They'd eaten it half raw, half burnt, and laughed so hard they'd cried. "Worst meal we ever made together," he says, "and one of the best days we ever had." His eyes are wet, but he's smiling, and you understand completely how disaster can become joy with the right person, and how the stories we tell ourselves about our lives matter as much as the actual events. The radio brings news that ploughs will start working tomorrow, concentrating on main roads first before moving to residential streets. It might be Sunday before your street sees a plough, and Monday before things return to what passes for normal. No one seems particularly bothered by this timeline. If anything, you sense relief, permission to remain in this suspended state a little longer, this pocket outside regular time. You prepare for bed earlier than usual, worn out by the emotional intensity of the past 2 days more than any physical labour. The sleeping arrangements have become routine now. Everyone knows where they're going, what they need, and how to move through your house in the darkness without bumping into furniture. The Henderson girl is already asleep, carried to bed by her father without ever fully waking. From your sofa you listen once again to the sounds of your occupied house. But tonight there's something different in the quality of the silence. Not the tentative quiet of strangers unsure of their welcome, but the relaxed silence of people who've become comfortable together. You've shared food and space and stories. You've weathered something together, even if that something is just an unexpected snowstorm. You've created a small community in the face of circumstances that could have left everyone isolated in their separate homes. Sleep finds you thinking about connection, about how the storm forced a kind of togetherness that normal life rarely allows. How you've learned the rhythms of Mrs. Chen's humming, and Mr. Johnson's snoring, and Betty's habit of sighing in her sleep. How your private space has become communal territory, and you've discovered you don't mind nearly as much as you would have thought. How sometimes the best moments are the ones you never could have planned. Saturday arrives with a sense of change in the air, not a literal thaw, the temperature remains stubbornly below freezing, but something atmospheric, a shift in the quality of the morning that suggests the world is preparing to unfreeze itself. When you look out the window at dawn, the snow remains as deep as ever, but you notice the first signs of human activity. Distant figures on the main road, the sound of a plough somewhere blocks away, and smoke rising from chimneys up and down the street. Your household rises earlier than yesterday, everyone sensing that this day will mark the transition back to normal life. There's a subtle change in behaviour too. People folding their borrowed blankets more carefully, tidying up after themselves with more attention, and the small gestures of guests preparing to depart. The Henderson girl is quieter than she's been, perhaps sensing her parents' shift toward leaving, perhaps just tired from 2 days of excitement, Breakfast is the last of the turkey, fried up with eggs and potatoes in a hash that makes brilliant use of your remaining Thanksgiving leftovers. It's delicious in that way that last meals together often are, everyone aware that this is the closing act of your shared time. Mr. Patterson compliments your coffee with particular enthusiasm. Mrs. Chen insists on writing down her soup recipe for you, even though you've been making soup for 40 years. These small exchanges carry more weight than they otherwise might. The sound of the plough grows closer throughout the morning. You're all in the living room when it finally reaches Maple Street. A massive orange truck pushing a wall of snow before it. The scrape of its blade against pavement, the first mechanical sound you've heard in 2 days that isn't from inside your house. The Henderson girl rushes to the window to watch, fascinated by the machine's brute force approach to the problem of snow. Within an hour of the plough's passage, the street begins to come alive. People emerge from houses tentatively at first, testing the ploughed surface. Cars are dug out from their white tombs. The Kowalskis appear on their front porch, waving across the street. Mr. Williams from 3 houses down walks past with his dog, both of them looking slightly dazed by the return to mobility. Cedar Mills is remembering how to be a town again. Mr. Henderson makes the first move to leave, standing up with visible reluctance and announcing they should probably head home, let you have your house back, and get their daughter into her own bed. The words are practical, but his tone suggests he'd just as soon stay. His wife nods agreement while looking around your living room as if memorising it. The Henderson girl, showing remarkable emotional intelligence for a 7-year-old, solemnly shakes your hand and thanks you for letting them visit. Their departure triggers a cascade. Mrs. Chen needs to check on her store. Betty should really see about her own house and make sure the pipes didn't freeze. Mr. Johnson's daughter has left 3 increasingly worried messages. Only Mr. Patterson seems in no hurry, settling deeper into the armchair as if planning to stay permanently, though eventually even he acknowledges the need to return to his own life. The goodbyes are more prolonged than anyone intended. Hugs are exchanged and promises are made to visit soon and to do this again sometime. Though everyone understands that this was unrepeatable, a product of specific circumstances that can't be recreated by intention. Mrs. Chen presses something into your hand as she leaves, a small jade charm she claims brings good luck. Betty hugs you tight enough to suggest she's holding on to more than just a neighbour who helped her through a hard day. By early afternoon, your house is empty again. The sudden silence feels profound after 2 days of constant human noise. You walk through rooms that still show signs of occupation. A forgotten scarf, an indentation in a cushion, a water glass someone left on the coffee table. The guest bed needs stripping, the bathroom needs cleaning. Dishes remain in the sink. The physical evidence of community requires attention, but before you start the work of restoration, you pour yourself a cup of coffee and sit in your living room, just looking at the space. The snowman in your front yard is already listing slightly in the afternoon sun. The puzzle on your dining table is perhaps a quarter finished. Mrs. Chen and Betty made good progress on the border. The house smells like coffee and people and the lingering ghost of a roasted turkey. It smells like life. You think about the past 3 days, how spectacularly they diverge from your plans. The carefully organised Thanksgiving dinner that became an impromptu feast for neighbours. The quiet holiday you'd anticipated that transformed into 2 days of unexpected companionship. The empty house that filled itself with people and noise and warmth. None of it was what you wanted, but all of it was what you needed. The afternoon passes in domestic activity. You strip beds and wash sheets, clean bathrooms and vacuum floors. You return your house to its usual order, erasing the physical traces of your extended gathering. But you can't erase the memory of it, the sound of multiple conversations layering over each other, the Henderson girls' laughter, Mr. Johnson's stories, and Betty's gradual emergence from grief into something more stable. These things have soaked into the walls somehow, becoming part of the house's history. Your sister calls in the late afternoon, and you tell her everything. How the storm stranded you, how neighbours became house guests, and how your lonely Thanksgiving became something entirely different. She listens with increasing amazement, occasionally interrupting with questions or exclamations. When you finish, she's quiet for a moment before saying, That's the best Thanksgiving story I've heard in years, maybe ever. You realise she's right. It is a good story. More than that, it was a good experience, difficult and inconvenient and completely unplanned, but good in ways that the smooth execution of your original plan never could have been. You learned something about yourself these past few days, about your capacity for flexibility, and about how much you'd been isolating yourself under the guise of independence. You learned that your house could hold more life than you'd been allowing it to contain. The evening finds you alone again, truly alone for the first time since Wednesday evening. You make yourself a small dinner, soup because there's still plenty, and a slice of bread. You eat at the kitchen table instead of the dining room, and the quiet feels different than it has in months. Not oppressive or sad, just peaceful. The solitude is a choice now rather than a default state. You call your nephew's mother, your sister-in-law, and tell her about the storm, about the gathering, and about how you thought of him throughout the holiday. She shares his latest letter, which arrived Friday, describing some jungle island where the temperatures are sweltering and the food is terrible, but he's safe and thinking of home. You both take comfort in the word safe, even while understanding how fragile and temporary such safety might be. Before bed, you stand at your front window looking out at Maple Street under its covering of snow. The ploughs come through twice more, pushing the accumulation into smaller mountains at the corners. Tyre tracks mark the street's surface, evidence of normal life resuming. But the yards remain untouched white expanses, and the trees still wear their winter decoration. The storm's effects will linger for days, maybe weeks, in the shaded areas where the sun can't reach. You think about Monday, when your routine will fully reassert itself. The grocery shopping, the library visit, and the ordinary tasks that fill your days. Part of you looks forward to that return to normal, but part of you, a larger part than you would have guessed, mourns the end of this strange suspended time when your house was full and your life was briefly less singular. From somewhere down the street you hear laughter, children playing in the snow probably, taking advantage of their unexpected vacation from school. The sound carries clearly in the cold air, a reminder that life continues, that other people are living their own versions of returning to normal. Tomorrow the mill will reopen. On Monday the stores will be back in business. Tuesday will feel almost like any other Tuesday, the storm already becoming a memory, the details beginning to blur. But you'll remember this Thanksgiving. You'll remember the panic of waking to unexpected snow, the adjustment of plans and the gradual gathering of neighbours into something like family. You'll remember Mrs. Chen's worrying, and Betty's resilience, and the Henderson girls' pure delight in the snow. You'll remember Mr. Johnson's stories, and Mr. Patterson's helpfulness, and the way your house felt when it was full of life. Most of all, you'll remember that you're not as alone as you sometimes feel. That Cedar Mills is more than just the place you live. It's a community of people who show up for each other when circumstances require it. That your neighbours know where you keep your good brandy, and how you take your coffee and what makes you laugh. That connection doesn't require perfect planning or ideal circumstances. Sometimes it just requires a historic snowstorm and the willingness to open your door. Winter settles into Cedar Mills with the kind of authority that late November snow brings. The Thanksgiving storm becomes the benchmark against which all other storms are measured. Not as bad as that Thanksgiving storm, people say, or almost as much snow as we got that Thanksgiving in 42. The specific details fade for most people, becoming generalised into a story. The year the town froze, the holiday when nobody could go anywhere, and that crazy storm right after Pearl Harbor's first anniversary. But you remember the specifics. You remember them through December, when Betty stops by once a week for coffee and conversation, when the Henderson girl draws you pictures of snowmen that you stick to your refrigerator with magnets. You remember them at Christmas, when Mrs. Chen brings you homemade dumplings, and Mr. Johnson invites you to his daughter's house for dinner, because you shouldn't be alone on Christmas after being such a saint on Thanksgiving. You remember the texture of those 3 days, not just the events, but the feeling of them. The particular quality of time when the normal rules were suspended, the way your house sounded when it was full of voices, the comfort of waking to know you weren't alone, that other people were breathing in adjacent rooms. The strange intimacy of sharing space with near strangers who became something more through simple proximity and shared circumstance. January brings your nephew home on unexpected leave, and you tell him the whole story over turkey sandwiches. You've never completely stopped making turkey sandwiches since that Thanksgiving, always keeping some in the freezer. He listens with the kind of attention that suggests he understands something about the experience you can't quite articulate. "Sounds like my unit," he says finally. A bunch of guys who didn't know each other thrown together by circumstances, figuring out how to be a family of sorts. It's not the same as home, but it's something. You think about that comparison for days afterward. How crisis creates community. How being stuck together, literally in your case, figuratively in his, forces a kind of connection that comfortable circumstances never require. How the storm gave you something you didn't know you needed. Proof that you could open your life to others, that your carefully maintained independence wasn't the only way to live. By February, the snow from Thanksgiving has long since melted. Though other storms have added their own accumulation, life has returned to its normal patterns, work and errands and the small routines that structure days. But something fundamental has shifted. You accept more invitations now. You invite more people over. Your house, which you kept so carefully private for 2 years, opens its doors more readily. Not constantly. You still value your solitude, but enough to remember that you're part of something larger than yourself. Betty gets a job at the mill, taking the place of a man who was drafted. She stops by to tell you about it on her way home from her first shift, her face glowing with tired pride. "I'm actually good at it," she says, surprised at herself. "Better than I thought I'd be." You're not surprised. You saw her find her strength during those snowed-in days and watched her discover resources she didn't know she had. The war is teaching everyone unexpected lessons about their own capabilities. Spring arrives eventually, the way it always does, turning the world green and soft. The last traces of the Thanksgiving storm finally disappear. The persistent ice in shaded corners, the dirty snow piled in parking lots. You're working in your garden one afternoon in April when the Henderson girl appears, bigger somehow, though it's only been 4 months. She's brought you dandelions picked from her own yard, presented with the solemnity of someone offering roses. You invite her in for lemonade and cookies, and she sits at your kitchen table chattering about school and friends and the tadpoles in the pond at the end of town. Before she leaves, she asks, with the casual curiosity of children, if you remember that time when it snowed so much they stayed at your house. You tell her yes, you remember. You'll always remember. The Thanksgiving of 1943 approaches, and you make plans early. You're hosting again, but this time with full knowledge and intention. Your sister and brother and their families will come, as they were supposed to last year. But you've also invited Mrs. Chen and Betty and the Hendersons and Mr. Johnson. Maybe Mr. Patterson if he's free. Your dining table will actually need all 7 settings this time, possibly more. The night before Thanksgiving, you walk through your house preparing, setting the table, checking your supplies and making lists. The rituals are the same as they were a year ago, but you're different. You move through the tasks with less anxiety and more confidence. You're not just going through the motions of hosting a holiday. You're creating space for people you care about, people who've become genuinely important to you over the past year. You think about the woman you were last Thanksgiving, organised and isolated, prepared and lonely, going through the motions of celebration while missing the point of it. You think about how the storms stripped away your careful plans and forced you into something messier and more real. How the worst-case scenario, your carefully planned dinner disrupted, your house invaded by neighbours, your solitude shattered, became the best thing that could have happened. That night you dream about snow. Not threatening or scary, just present, falling steadily, quietly, transforming the world into something new. In the dream, you're watching from your window as people gather outside, drawn to your house like it's sending out some signal. They're cold and you let them in. They're hungry and you feed them. They need shelter and you provide it. The dream has the quality of myth, of something archetypal and ancient. When you wake, you remember the feeling of it more than the details, the satisfaction of having something to give, the joy of being useful, and the rightness of opening your door. Thanksgiving 1943 unfolds with the smoothness you'd hoped for the year before. Everyone arrives on time, the turkey cooks perfectly. The conversations flow easily, punctuated by laughter and the comfortable silences of people who know each other well. Your nephew is there, still stationed in the States, training for something nobody talks about. And watching him joke with the Henderson girl while helping Mrs. Chen carry dishes makes something in your chest feel warm and full. At some point during dinner, talk turns to last year's storm. Everyone has their own version of events, their own details they remember. The Henderson girl insists the snow was as tall as Daddy, which is an exaggeration, but not by much. Mr. Patterson describes digging out your driveway with the reverence of someone recounting an epic quest. Mrs. Chen mentions her worry about the store, though she admits it was fine when she finally got back to it. Betty, who's gained confidence along with her job at the mill, raises her glass. Water, not wine, but it doesn't matter. To unexpected blessings, she says, and everyone understands she's talking about more than just the meal. She's talking about the storm, about the way crisis revealed connection, and about how the worst Thanksgiving became the best one. Everyone echoes the toast, and you feel tears prick your eyes though you're smiling. Later, after everyone has left and you're cleaning up, you find yourself standing at the kitchen window in the exact spot you stood a year ago. The weather outside is clear and cold, with no snow in the forecast. Everything is going according to plan, and yet you feel a small pang for last year's chaos, for the way the storm forced you out of your comfortable isolation into something wider and more generous. You realise the storm gave you more than just a memorable Thanksgiving. It gave you a different way of being in the world. It taught you that perfect plans are less important than perfect presents. That opening your door, literally and metaphorically, makes your life bigger rather than smaller. That the things you think you want aren't always the things you actually need. The phone rings as you're wiping down the counters. Your sister calling to thank you again and to tell you what a wonderful day it was. You talk for a while about family and food and the small details that make holidays matter. Before hanging up, she says, "You know, I was so disappointed last year when we couldn't make it, but I think that storm might have been exactly what you needed." You agree because it's true. The storm was exactly what you needed, even though you didn't know you needed anything. Years later, after the war ends, after your nephew comes home, after Betty's husband returns and they have children of their own, you'll still remember the Thanksgiving when the storm stopped time. You'll remember it not as a disaster, but as a gift, not as a disruption, but as a revelation. You'll tell the story to anyone who'll listen, embellishing the details slightly with each telling the way all good stories evolve over time. But the heart of it will remain true, how nature intervened in your carefully ordered life and forced you into connection. How a town frozen in place became a community held together. How your empty house filled with people who needed shelter, and how you discovered you needed them just as much. How the worst weather created the best memories. How sometimes the things that seem terrible in the moment become the things you're most grateful for in retrospect. The Thanksgiving storm of 1942 becomes part of Cedar Mills mythology, part of your personal history, and part of the tapestry of small-town life during wartime. But more than that, it becomes a touchstone, a reminder that flexibility matters more than planning, that people matter more than perfection, and that opening yourself to the unexpected can lead to the most meaningful experiences of all. And on cold November nights for the rest of your life, when snow begins to fall and the wind picks up and the world outside your window starts to disappear under white accumulation, you'll remember the sound of voices filling your house, the taste of turkey shared with neighbours, the Henderson girls' laughter, Betty's tears giving way to resilience, and Mrs. Chen's worried humming in your kitchen. You'll remember that you're not alone, that you're part of something larger, that your life touches other lives in ways that matter. You'll remember, and you'll be grateful. Grateful for the storm that stopped your world. Grateful for the neighbours who became family. Grateful for the lesson learned slowly over 3 snowed-in days, that the best things in life are rarely the things you plan, that community happens in crisis, and that an open door can change everything. The snow falls in your memory, soft and steady and infinite, covering the world in white and possibility. And somewhere deep inside, you're still standing at that window on Thanksgiving morning 1942, watching the impossible accumulation and not yet knowing how it will transform everything. Still planning your meal for 7, not knowing it will feed 10. Still thinking you're alone, not knowing you're about to discover you never really were. The storm taught you. The snow showed you. The frozen town gave you the gift of connection wrapped in inconvenience, of community disguised as crisis. And every Thanksgiving afterward, whether snowy or clear, cold or mild, you carry that gift with you. The knowledge that your life is bigger than you knew, that your capacity for opening and sharing and connecting is wider than you imagined, and that sometimes the best moments are the ones you never could have planned. The memory remains, persistent as snow in shaded corners, present as the changing seasons. The Thanksgiving winter storm that froze an entire town and in doing so, thawed a frozen heart. Your heart. A heart you didn't even know needed thawing until the snow came down and the world stopped, and the door opened and the people came in and everything changed. And you carry that change forward, year after year, storm after storm, Thanksgiving after Thanksgiving, carrying it like a gift, like a secret, like a story worth telling. The story of when the snow fell and the world stopped and life, real life, messy and unexpected and beautiful, finally began. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's Great Hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education in kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written. Which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a licence for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of Mission Control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionise European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team-building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crécy in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment, it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation — financial planning was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space programme. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project, and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence, before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness, rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The king's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour. Each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court, during Henry's final years, had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other, and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The king's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued, with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history. a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions require traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionized English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life, though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated. The Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The Prince Consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions, and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created two different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening.